Call to order the October 24th meeting of the Ways and Means Committee of the Town of Kiowa Island. If everybody would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Petra, can we do a roll call, please?
Chairman Moffett,
Here.
Mayor Labriola, Mr. Belt,
Here.
Mr. Werner,
Here.
Mr. Heinenfelder,
Here.
Ms. Tillerson, here, Ms. Schuger.
Okay, first item of business is the approval of the meeting minutes from our October 3rd meeting. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any comments, additions, corrections?
There are a few little ones that I will share with her.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Citizens' comments for agenda items only. Any citizens' comments for agenda items? Looks like you're it, Maura. No, you got hands. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Maura McIlvain, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. There are two items on the agenda that I wanted to comment on. The first is the revised contract with Mr. Wilson. There are both state statutes and town ordinances that are implicated by the draft agreement and actually violated by the draft agreement. There are certain powers of the municipality that are vested only with council, not with the mayor, and with the entire council, not with an individual member of council. So for the state purposes, I direct you to 5-7-160 in the state statutes, and in the ordinances, I direct you to 2-202, 2-204, 2-208, and 2-504. I have a concern because the town attorney is the one who's supposed to tell you what the laws are, what the ordinances are, and what the statutes provide. And presumably the town attorney looked at his own contract and didn't advise you of these problems. So that's an issue about whether the town attorney is the right town attorney for us. But I don't think you should be agreeing to a contract that has provisions that violate both the ordinance and the state statutes, just as a general matter. That's all the comments I have about that. The other topic is the sheriff's RFP. And it may just be a lexicon issue or a parlance issue, but the way I read the attachments, it seems that it's an RFP phrased for the town getting its own police force, rather than investigating whether it should have its own police force. We transitioned to a new arrangement with the sheriff sometime in the last 4 or 5 months, and I'm not even sure there's any data yet on the effects of the new arrangement. For example, have response times gone up? Has there been reports of crime increased over the changeover time? In other words, do we need our own police force? Do we need a solution that's different than the solution we're currently operating under? So it would seem to me that the first part of any investigation should be, what does the data show? And I'm not sure you know what the data shows yet. But I certainly don't think you should phrase an RFP with the canned conclusion that we do need a police force and let's work backwards to justify that. I think it should be phrased as, what are our alternatives if we need alternatives? With an understanding there are considerable liabilities to having your own police force and considerable insurance risks associated with that as well. So I don't think the RFP was written in a way to derive all the options and to investigate that. And I don't think it's phased in a way that does that either. The first phase, it seems to me, should be, what, if anything, do we need that's different than what we have? And what are their recommendations on that? I would also point out that there are a lot of jurisdictions that don't have their own police force. Hilton Head, for example, with over 40,000 residents, doesn't have its own police force. So I do think a little bit more study is necessary on that issue, given the potential liabilities. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Lance Spencer. I live at 40 Sunlit Bend in Inlet Cove. I'll work backwards because I like your comments. And, some considerations, and I'm going to say the D word, development, along with this, and short-term rentals, that when we talk about development and things like that, there's a lot of second and third order costs to the community that I think the town's still trying to, and the community's still trying to understand and wrestle through. And whether we need a police force and then what's it take to implement a police force is one of those considerations. That puts a burden on the city, puts a burden on the taxpayer. And so as we're considering these other issues, they're entangled and intermingled. So those should be all considered and thought through. As a quick background for myself, talking about the procurement issue topic and the town attorney, I've had a long career as a senior government official. And since then, I'm a supplier to government. So I've seen both sides of this discussion. And I've got a high level of acquisition certification with the Defense Acquisition University. So very familiar with procurement integrity, ethics, those kinds of discussions. And frankly, important considerations are there conflicts of interest? What's the public scrutiny and reporting? If something, and when it comes to transparency, if there's an appearance of issue, then there's possibly an issue, and the appearance is bad enough. And I recall from a recent council engagement 2 weeks ago, we talked about ethics and things like that with the counselors that participated. And there was a lot of question from the community in that session. And that enough says that doesn't mean if there's smoke, there's a fire, but there's smoke. So people are concerned, and they don't feel like they have the visibility and transparency into this. So setting up a good process for procurement where there's no conflict of interest, both organizationally and personally, I think is an important thing to think about. I'm recalling back to that same discussion we had with a couple of the council members a couple of weeks ago, and the engineering contract for Beach Walker came up. And there were a lot of questions about how did that contract get let.
Excuse me, can you keep your comments on the agenda items, please?
I am.
There's nothing in there about engineering.
I'm talking about procurement.
Try to, okay, just don't wander away.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to talk about procurement. So if there was transparency in procurement, then I think some of those questions would not exist. So that was where I was making that relevant. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes. Thank you.
Larry Rutkowski, 232 Sparrowhawk Road. My comments are also addressed to procurement, and in this context, Mr. Wilson's contract. I'm still a little bit mystified as to why no RFP, or if it's equivalent, was done as required in my reading of the statute mandated by Section 4, or Ordinance 4-404, which says for any contract in excess of $20,000, the council shall seek competitive bidding, and that doesn't seem to have occurred here. So I would like to raise that question and ask if the council has considered it, if Ways and Means has considered it, and whether or not they think there's some special need for an exception here. I also make reference to an email my friend, neighbor, and fellow Preserve Kiowa board member Todd Boney sent to the council late yesterday or this morning. Mr. Berner acknowledged receipt and said he was going to deal with the issues that were raised therein, or at least he was going to make sure they were discussed. So I hope I don't need to read his email into the record.
You can do it.
Okay. Pardon me then. What What Mr. Boney said was, I live at 3532 Shipwatch, and I'm a board member of Preserve Kiowa. I have several questions and comments regarding the proposed professional services agreement with Joseph C. Wilson IV. I've copied the relevant section of the Toki Code of Ordinances for reference below. I'm going to assume that we can all take knowledge of these sections. This is section 2-504 at SEC. He says, my first question is how the alternative language in section 3 of the agreement or this language would satisfy the council's obligation under section 2.504, since an open-ended agreement would not result from an annual appointment as required in subparagraph A. My second set of questions relate to section 7 of the agreement. How can the council meet its obligations under section 2.504, since under section 7 would allow another individual in whole or part to provide the professional services, and such individual or other entity would not be appointed pursuant to section 2-504A. More specifically, section 2-504B requires an attorney who is a member of the South Carolina Bar and admitted to practice in South Carolina. Section 7 does not require that the individual or other entity meet these standards, nor does it require that the individual or entity be a lawyer or a law firm. 3, I suggest that either Toki seek advice of counsel independent of Mr. Wilson regarding the rather loose standard reference of such approval to not be unreasonably withheld, or 2, consider eliminating this clause, as Toki has and will continue to invest substantially to create institutional knowledge with Mr. Wilson, and such knowledge should not be eliminated or at Mr. Wilson's direction. Should the clause be kept, I suggest you insert a provision that Mr. Wilson maintains all obligations and liabilities under the agreement in the event of the substitution. 4, the insurance obligations under section 10 are narrowly defined to be obligations of the attorney, i.e. Mr. Wilson, and not of any substituted party. Mr. Wilson's E&O policy may not apply to unaffiliated parties, depending upon the nature of the relationship between the substituted party and Mr. Wilson. Mr. Boney goes on to say, my third question relates to section 5, term and termination. This section does not provide for a transition obligation on the part of Mr. Wilson upon his termination, whether at the direction of Toki or Mr. Wilson. The agreement should provide that Mr. Wilson is obligated to provide transition services to a new town attorney upon his termination at an hourly rate to be agreed upon. There should also be an obligation for access to his files and transfer of property of Toki. As noted earlier, Toki has invested substantially to create institutional knowledge with Mr. Wilson, and any new town attorney should have access to that knowledge for some period. My fourth question relates to section 3, which provides for a bonus in the last paragraph. Is it clear in the Ways and Means Committee approval and town council approval how such an amount would be agreed to? He then goes on to cite a few typos, but I do not believe I need to raise them here. Thank you.
Can I make a comment to that?
You can, or we can wait until we actually get to that item on the agenda.
No, I just want to make a brief comment. So I also responded to Todd email, but only to him.
And he responded back to you.
And we had quite a few emails going back and forth in the early mornings of today. I made him aware that I do think that although his third or fourth recommendation is a good one, I think his second topic as it relates to section 7 is a misinterpretation from my point of view. We agree to disagree, but
Okay?
Anyone else? Brad?
Brad McElvain, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. I too want to comment on the procurement of the town attorney. Councilman Heidingsfelder, you have raised repeatedly the costs that the town has incurred with respect to legal fees for this year. One of the best ways to try to reduce those legal fees is to get competitive bids for those legal fees. Yet you did not do that here, even though it seems to be that state law requires it to be done. There does not appear to be an applicable exception It was not done. And I find it interesting that you, on the one hand, say we should be concerned about legal fees, but then you don't take steps that would actually make sure that you're getting the best possible deal for the town.
Can I respond to that?
Well, I have one more point.
No,
Let's just let them.
to that
let's-
particular
no,
one.
No, let's keep going, Brad.
The other point is we have seen that the town has been using 2 attorneys for many matters, including the FOIA one. If this town attorney is the right attorney, why do you need 2? Why do you have to hire 2 attorneys to do what one should be able to do? So in addition to not doing through competitive procurement where you could possibly get the best price, you seem to be doubling up and acknowledging that the attorney that you have may not be the right one since you need additional support. That was the comments I have.
Can I now respond?
Sure.
Okay. Brad, to your first topic, if I may, since you addressed me directly. Your friend and companion, Brad Belt, actually confirmed back at the time a couple of months ago that the cost per hour of $200 is actually very reasonable for the market. So I would question, what a competitive bid would have really changed in terms of the cost overrun we have seen in the 22-23 fiscal year as it relates to our legal cost. Second comment for mine is that these overdrafts, substantial overdraft in the 22-23 year are results of a multitude of questions from council members and community members about topics again and again that were answered and not accepted. Third comment from my side is we are 3 months into the 23-24 fiscal year, and our current budget for legal services, again, shows a substantial overdraft compared to budget. That's all I wanted to say.
I have a comment too, if I may, please.
Well, I realize everybody probably has some comments, but this is now the citizens' comments time, so we're going to stick with that for the time being. Brad?
I would just respond that the best way to test the market is to go to the market. And you haven't done that.
Excuse me. This is not a time for a big bunch of exchange. You've expressed your point of view. You don't need to reiterate it. We all heard it. The notes reflect it. Let's move on. Anyone else? Okay. There is no old business, so we'll move to new business. I can hardly wait. The first item is a review and recommend to the town council the approval of the amended town attorney contract services agreement with Joseph Wilson. So in this proposal, we've addressed a couple of things. One is the rate of pay moving from a fixed price to an hourly rate. That's one. The other is we added a definite term to the contract, so we have a start and end date with automatic renewals. We've added that. There is still an issue, I think, as it relates to the ordinance and who directs things, Joe's activities, that either needs to be reconciled by a modification to an ordinance or modifications to the way the contract is written. So we probably have some discussion to go on this. So if I could have a motion to
So-
approve.
And,
So moved.
I'm sorry,
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
All right, now some discussion.
I just want one clarification. She said went from hourly rate to a fixed rate. That's already been approved.
Yeah, fixed rate to an
That's
hourly
not
rate.
part
Fixed
of
rate
the
to an
amendment.
hourly rate.
That's
Yep.
already been approved.
Yeah, but it's in this new contract.
The change that we added was in regards to the expense that was the flat 200. That was not approved.
Okay, so in the, I stand corrected, the additional thing in the new contract then is, or the proposed contract is the submission of expenses on a monthly basis that be reimbursed to Mr. Wilson. Comments?
Well, I just wanted to clarify something for Mr. McIlvaine. I just wanted to let you know, in response to one of your questions with respect to why two attorneys. It's very simple, because we've had certain people on town council adamantly saying Joe Wilson's suggestions are wrong. To make sure we were not making a mistake, we hired an additional attorney to make sure we were not getting it wrong. Secondly, I just wanted to note that this current contract that's in front of you is still ending December 31, 2023. The only real reason, or the major reason for the change, is Joe Wilson was spending a ton more hours this year than he ever anticipated that would have been included in the fixed rate, the fixed monthly rate. This is now changing the compensation from a fixed monthly rate to an hourly rate because of the dramatic increase of hours that he has expended. The hours prior to now, the overrun hours, he's not going to be compensated for. This is only for going forward for the next 3 months. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Those are my comments.
All right, before we, I'm sure, go into a deep, detailed discussion, I wanted to highlight three questions. First, as it relates to paragraph 3, subparagraph A, standard municipal work, I would assume that this was an oversight in the in the fifth line. It still reads attributed to different tasks approved by the mayor or the town administrator. Since we moved everything or changed everything to the term the mayor or majority vote of council, I would assume that's necessary to change here as well. Second topic under paragraph 8, in the third line, it reads notify the town following discovery. I would assume notify the town council following discovery of a conflict. Yeah, the town can be anything. He can talk to Petra, but I think it needs to be the town council, as the conflict of interest is quite a severe thing. And then the last comment before I assume, again, we go into quite a bit of detail, I wanted to point out that the monthly statements under paragraph 4, that all the billing from now on, or going back to August or September when we approved the change from a flat rate to an hourly rate, is broken down in detail, which hours have been spent on which task. Right, so that we can see what is related to Councilman A, Councilman B, Preserve Kiowa, Riverview, whatsoever.
And if I can just say, actually, he's been doing that from the start, from when we hired him. We get the breakdown.
Okay, just want to make sure that we get that so that we can really attribute the cost to different topics, which also might then answer some questions from the community why we are spending so much money on legal advice.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just in general, I think we should go through Mr. Boney's email and address his comments. Is that okay?
Sure.
The first comment in the email that we just heard was with respect to other individuals that may, in paragraph 7, the question is, other individuals that may be assigned the work product, that individual would not have been qualified or approved by the town. As a fair comment in my mind, so we should have additional wording in there to cover ourselves, or whoever the other ancillary individual is has to be approved by the town,
By the town council.
by town council.
Yeah, but that's in there.
Where he's at.
The attorney shall not contract with the delegate or any individual or other entity to perform on the town's behalf, in whole or in part, any of the services required under this agreement without the prior express approval of the mayor after notifying such intent to the members of the town council. Everything is said.
Well, the piece that's not said is actually that with the town council's approval. So the mayor could approve it and notify the town council. That's different than the town council actually approving it. So I guess as we've done in a couple of other places, Michael, should we make that upon approval of town council?
I think one of the things that you should discuss, instead of trying to negotiate a contract here, if you want to make those changes, I think if there's something that the mayor, if there's something that may fall, just trying to think of an example, something that may take place that needs immediate attention, then what you're wanting to do is then to say that council needs to be ready to maybe have a special call meeting within 24 hours, because if you want to set that it would require town council's approval anytime whomever's mayor, current mayor, whomever's mayor want to make a decision, then we're going to have to figure out how to immediately have a.
In my personal
special
opinion, I
call
think the
meeting.
mayor should have the ability to do this and notify town council that they've done so. If town council wants to say, no, 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 then you
Right.
could rescind it.
And again, I'm reading it, but I'm not the
But you're-
English language expert here. But the way I'm reading it, that the approval of the mayor would be after the town council is informed.
Well, let's
That's
just
how
make it
I'm
clear
reading
and
it,
say that.
which
Let's
is
just make
okay.
it clear
And
say
we
that.
are informed, we can oppose, right?
Well, but then to Stephanie's point, then are you prepared to respond to a call meeting of town council immediately to get the approval, or?
I think this council has shown that we do our work.
No, we do, but going forward with future council, I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense just to say prior approval of town council. If that's what Mr. Boney is complaining about, so let's put it in. I don't see a problem with that.
Wait, stop, excuse me.
No, but let Larry
No,
speak.
no, we're not gonna start this process where we're discussing this is not like a community association meeting.
I understand
we're
that, but
trying
we need to clarify language, John.
There's 20 opinions in this room. We're interested in 5 at this point. I hate to be a hard ass about it, but that's kind of the point.
Right, that's okay with me.
Gotcha. That's fine. So what do we want this to say then as it relates to the relationship with town council?
Well, I would suggest that we follow Russ's recommendation and change that to, or also yours, John, to change to the approval by the town council, but we can add something like, except in the case of an emergency or, very timely manner or something, then we would be able to manage the regular process, but be still prepared if something urgent occurs.
I would suggest, Mr. Heidingsfelder, is the wording that's in Mr. Boney's email. It just says, "and such individual would not be appointed pursuant to Section 2-504A." But just put that in there. I don't see that as a problem myself.
Well, the real key is who approves this subcontracting, delegating, or assignment. The presumption you're making is that in all cases, that would be another attorney.
Yeah, but 2-504A says it's going to be approved by the town council.
So let's put that in there then.
I don't know what you want me to put in. I don't know where you guys.
John, if I could comment, I think the issue is broader than what we're focusing in on. By statute, the way we're organized creates the position of mayor as Stephanie always, as a strong mayor. That's a form of government in the state. Who's ever mayor? There have to be a certain amount of prerogative, latitude. And this is fine to get into the discussion about the role, the engagement, the involvement, pre-approvals almost of council. That begins to affect the roles and responsibilities of the mayor, which is fine. So I think we need to almost take a step backwards and see how we're governed. If that's how this council wishes to proceed in terms of looking at the form of governance now and in the future, again, that's fine. We're the form of government that we are. We're the current form of government that we were at the beginning. That's all I'm saying. I think we seem to be tripping over ourselves to ensure the council is very actively involved. no mayor is going to be sitting here making decisions, engaging counsel, and then not telling anybody. I mean, I just can't imagine that. So to try to create a process where we're having special call meetings every within 24 hours, so that the mayor doesn't go down a path and ask counsel for the town to look at something, it's going to be cumbersome. That's all I'm saying. I don't know where their statutes are, Stephanie, and you know where it falls, how our form of government is defined versus other form of governments, but we seem to be going down that path, and I guess I would just do it very carefully.
So is notifying the members of town council before you make an approval as mayor, is that sufficient? Is that sufficient?
I think the answer to your question is yes, but looking at the balance of Mr. Boney's comments, he's really just making an overarching kind of correlation that whoever this replacement or subcontracted individual or firm is, that there's no connection that this new entity is going to conform to Section 2-504. Why don't we just put one sentence in there? Any subcontracting or retention of another individual has to comply with Section 2-504 and be done with it.
Yeah. It's a town attorney. It has 3 sections, subsections, which basically defines how the council is appointed.
Okay, I'm
Okay with that.
All right, what else does Mr. Boney have to say?
I think that addresses I think it addresses his comments 1, 2, and 3. His comment number 4 is related to the E&O policy. And the way I read his comment is that he thinks Mr. Wilson's E&O policy should also be covering these other individuals. And I actually agree that's the case as well. So I think we should put wording in there to say that Mr. Wilson, or whoever, I guess in this case, Mr. Wilson, he's responsible for the performance of whoever these subcontracted or affiliated individuals or firms are. Is make him responsible for their performance.
For their,
Including litigation,
I'm sorry?
including litigation topics, where he most likely will subcontract.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yes, I do agree with that.
so how should the wording be then, in your,
And where are we under? Are we under 3D?
are you still under 7?
I think we'd be under
Number 10.
7, and I'm suggesting, now, I'm the engineering
7.
group, not the attorney, but I'm suggesting that we would add wording in there that says, Mr. Wilson is responsible for the performance of any subcontractor or delegated attorneys.
And what I would say
This
is
is under
that because
Section
you're
7.
negotiating a contract now, remember, this contract that you've looked at is reviewed by our labor attorney. So if you're going to add substance stuff that you think may really change the definition, I'm going to have to run it back. I probably need to run it back to our labor attorney. If you guys feel like it doesn't change anything in terms of the paragraph and the intent, then that's fine. Just let me know what language you want to put in there so I can make that change.
All right, but Mr. Boney's comment is legitimate, because make,
Right.
for an example, the delegated attorney does something wrong. Who
Right.
then is culpable for that poor performance?
So how would you like for it to be worded?
Well, that would then go into chapter 10,
10, insurance? You want him to,
right? Because that's what Todd is referring to in his number 4, which is a little bit of an off numbering here, but the insurance obligations under Section 10 are narrowly defined to be obligations of the attorney, Mr. Wilson, and not of any substituted party. Mr. Wilson's E&O, I assume that means errors and omission coverage policy, may not apply to unaffiliated parties, depending upon the nature of the relationship between the substituted party and Mr. Wilson. So we can put it in number 7, but I think it belongs in number 10.
I agree.
So then, are you really saying that any subcontracted or delegated attorney also must carry $1 million
carry.
of E&O
Well,
insurance?
or is covered under Mr. Wilson's E&O.
I think they would
Because
say,
if we
I
have a
don't-
litigation and he hires another lawyer for that particular litigation, that other lawyer, also needs to be covered.
That other
under
lawyer,
insurance.
that other lawyer would have their own policy.
Yeah, I
Like, I
think-
think
I
Ross
think-
Appel, they have their own policy.
But if he is
They're not.
hiring how do you call this, a legal, paralegal,
Oh.
that would not necessarily have his or her own E&O.
Well, the paralegal, I think, would be covered under his, but if you're talking about a whole separate, another attorney, that other attorney, just like Ross Appel, has his own insurance.
Yeah, but that's different, and I agree, Ross Appel would, but I can tell you, when I had my own company, that when I hired individual consultants for whatever reason, I was responsible under my E&O policy for that
Oh, sure,
individual
sure.
consultant. And that's the same thing that needs to be addressed
Yeah,
here.
you're saying if he hires employees.
No, not how, well, it's in a consultant, I'm hiring an
Consultant that he
outside
does is
consultant.
Subcontractors.
Yeah, a subcontract, but I was responsible for that subcontractor's performance in my E&O policy.
So I think in this, it might be a little slightly different, Russ. I think what we're saying is if he hires an attorney, that attorney has to carry E&O insurance. Other than attorneys, it needs to be covered under the town attorney's E&O.
To be sure we're not messing this up, I think this should go to the labor attorney, Stephanie. One way or another, we have to have it covered with
That
respect.
means then that this doesn't come before council for approval. We'll just have to push this back.
Or we can do it next week.
Well,
We have a council meeting next week, don't we?
No. Next council meeting's not till November 7th.
Well, it's not, yeah,
That's
I
2
mean,
weeks.
okay, 2 weeks, fine, even better.
well, this is an important issue.
Or what we can do, or what I can do is, I can talk to the labor attorney. If you decide that you want to make recommendation to approve to council, council can then make a recommendation to approve with the caveat that this language, we talked to the labor attorney about adding language in either 7 or 10.
So let's put it in 10, and let's do exactly that.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
That's okay.
All right? Next for Mr. Boney?
But in this particular case, all we're saying is that the subcontractor should carry their own, we just want to.
Or other, it's either under Joe's insurance
Yeah.
or
Their
any
own.
subcontractor would have to have their own insurance, their E&O.
Yep.
So that
Rather.
means everybody who works for us, directly or indirectly, is covered with an appropriate E&O policy.
Yep.
Everybody that works with us, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
And, excuse me, why do we need to check with Brian?
It was just because of some language that they want to include in this contract. Just need to make sure that under the insurance piece, that we word it correctly. It's not necessarily that we maybe can't do it. I just need to know where it's worded and have it worded correctly.
Understood, but if this is the wish of council, it seems like we could,
But I don't know how you guys want it
No, no,
worded.
no, no,
You guys
I-
can make the recommendation to do it, and we'll add it in there. I'm just going to go to Brian and ask him what's the correct, proper wording.
Wording.
And where to put it. I'm not
That's
saying
fine.
that we won't, you guys won't
We can
do
make
it.
that under the condition.
Right.
We
I just
can
need to
make
know,
that decision.
because you guys are already debating, should go under 7 or 10.
I understand,
So
okay.
he'll help with
I just
that.
hate this, well, let's continue the discussion, but have the whole thing delayed just on wording if the intent is clear, but be that as, okay.
Other than the typos from Mr. Boney's email, the only remaining significant issue is he's suggesting, I'm saying, there should be wording in the contract with respect to transition services upon termination of the agreement by either party. I don't have a problem with putting that in, but I would suggest, Stephanie, to put wording in there that says, upon termination of the agreement, Mr. Wilson is obligated to provide transition services.
I think that's a waste of time. You know, if we release Joe, give him 3 months severance, and then ask him to help transition the new attorney, if I'm Joe, I'm going to tell you to go pound sand. What is the benefit? How are you going to mandate that I do that? You're going to hold?
Oh, my gosh. We just
just-
need to
I'm
keep the
just- I
minutes
just-
clean, but if I can just answer to, we may be able to put that, but in all of our transitions from Dennis Road to Dwayne Green to Joe Wilson, we did RFP for all of them. There was a transition process. It was not it was not an issue for the town or the attorneys. They all did a handoff.
Okay, and I understand all that, but the point, the overall generic
Right,
point that
I was
Mr.
writing your
Boney is-
information, and we can look at, and I'll look at adding that.
But I think,
He
you
needs
know,
some sort of transition.
those were, you know, peaceful transitions. We also need to plan for a not peaceful transition.
Yeah,
right?
I just said that I will.
So,
add
and then
that.
for that purpose, I think to clarify the obligation of our council to do a proper handover, you know, I think is appropriate.
I agree.
Okay, yep, I wrote
My point,
it down.
before the.
That's okay.
We don't have to go
completely have an
into
uprising,
lengthy
is that
explanations,
Some of
definitely,
these are
but I
very
think
difficult
it's an
to-
obligation that we
because
should
what I
make.
think is a suitable transition activity might not be really what we believe is enough. And at some point, you're not going to be able to mandate it. You know, maybe it's a review of the open issues at that point in time. I don't know. Is it a day? Do I work with them a week? What do I do? I just think it's hard sometimes to mandate the transition activities that occur. I mean, anybody worth their salt is going to provide some kind of transition activity. I just don't think that you can mandate what that exactly looks like.
I understand. I think we've all encountered situations where an employee or a consultant or an individual is terminated, and that individual then holds hostage certain information, certain materials, certain data, certain whatever. And I think it's important to get those words into this agreement, that we're not going to encounter a situation where Mr. Wilson would hold us hostage for anything. I don't think he would, to be honest with you, but I don't see a downside of putting wording like that in this agreement.
Okay.
I agree.
I'll also work on that.
And I don't want to get into the typos, but there's a couple of typos that Mr. Boney referenced, and we can simply address those.
I couldn't find them though, but he might have an older version, I don't know.
I don't know, yeah. You can just, I have a copy of his email, so
Yes.
I'll look, he may be looking at an older version, I'm not sure where.
Okay.
But I'll look.
So again, before we unleash, what is the decision about paragraph 5? The two options we have in yellow.
Well, I mean, I think that previously we had, I think collectively decided that we really needed to have date certain on the duration of the contract. So I would say that's that first paragraph, not or this language paragraph.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Even though the first one is date certain and automatically renews, that's different than just an open-ended. I think that was kind of where we ended up.
My understanding too.
Well, at least as to that point, I would respectfully disagree that I think it should be a combination of the first sentence in the term and termination, and then the second paragraph highlighted, for the simple reason that 2504 is in fact the law. He does serve at the pleasure of the council by statute. Therefore, by statute, the council can remove him at any time, but there should still be a term and termination.
Right, so would you put that whole second paragraph in, or just the first sentence about pursuant to section 2504?
You don't need either of the second sentences. If you want, the second sentence in the second yellow is superfluous, but I don't have a problem with it.
So, but you would leave either the town or Wilson can terminate in there, and you would leave the notice of termination shall be in there as well?
I have no problem with notice requirement.
Not exactly sure I understand what you want.
So Brad, obviously I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are you saying really the key piece is to have in there pursuant to section 2-504, the town attorney holds office at the pleasure of the town council? We need to have that in there.
Actually, you don't, because it's in the statute. So the statute would govern in any event.
But then what you see green-
Simply for notice purposes in the contract, to conform the contract to the statute, I think it's fine to have it in there.
Okay, so would you take the first paragraph and just add that one line at some point in that paragraph?
I would say the term, the non-highlighted in the first paragraph.
Yep.
And then and I have no issue with including the entirety, like I said, it's of the second highlighted paragraph, putting it next to the unhighlighted paragraph. in the
Okay,
first.
so just insert it between the white and the yellow?
Yes, yeah.
And then leave the rest of the yellow in the first paragraph?
No, the rest of the, I would say.
Take out.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
take out.
Take out.
It's duplicative.
Just so
So
that I
you're
understand.
saying
Can we
not
read
the
it?
first yellow, the second
yes.
yellow?
So you'd
That
like
would
to
have
say
been
the
much
term of
easier
this
to say.
agreement? So you'd like to say the term of this agreement should be effective from January 1, 2023 through December 31st, 2023, and year to year thereafter, unless terminated by either party as specifically provided in this agreement. Pursuant to Section 2-504, the town attorney holds office at the pleasure of the town council. Accordingly, this agreement is for an indefinite term. Either town or Wilson can terminate this agreement at any time, blah, blah, blah. Notice of the termination should be provided in
Well,
writing.
no, my apologies, I didn't read the entirety.
Oh,
of that.
okay.
The accordingly, this agreement is for indefinite term, I would remove.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like that.
because we've
in
kind
there
of
either.
been down this road of having
Yeah.
date-specific
Yes.
pieces.
Yeah, I don't like the indefinite.
So then, Brad, if you said, okay, that second paragraph, we're just gonna take the accordingly sentence out, would you then leave either the town or Wilson can terminate at any time? Because if you do that in lieu of the yellow in the first paragraph, then the only thing that's different is the 30-day notice of termination to the
Yes.
other.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you would leave out the 30-day notice piece?
I think you have to keep it in. I answer
have to
for
keep
I
Brad,
have,
sorry.
I have no problem with the 30-day notice. I don't have an issue with 30-day notice.
I
Okay,
think it
so
has-
let's,
I think it
so-
should be
so-
defined.
So, let's see if, follow me, Brad. See, so we have the white in the first paragraph, and then we have the section about pursuant to without the second sentence, and the rest of that second yellow paragraph. And then you take everything out except that you leave the last sentence in that says, accordingly, the parties agree that either Wilson or town may terminate this agreement at any time for any reason upon giving 30 days written notice of termination of the other. Okay? Got it? Is that Brad? Good? All right, any other discussion?
It's pretty much what Brian had recommended, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So I actually, it's not specifically related to this contract, but I think the mayor raises a critically important point about the kind of roles and responsibilities of the mayor and the council, because I think there has been a lack of clarity about that, and that's a discussion for another day. I would note that our ordinance, as well as state statute, do specify the respective duties and responsibilities of the council and the mayor. The mayors are set forth in Section 204. But there's been a conflation of some of those, so I think that is a useful conversation to have at some point. I don't know where we do that. With regard to the contract itself, I have much broader and more fundamental concerns about the process, the language of the amended core duties, and the legality of the contract, and I think there's some constitutional issues as well that I'll address more fully when this comes, when and if this comes before the council. I would just note two other specific items here for consideration. One is in paragraph, the core duties, number 9. The third to last sentence, and such authorization will not be unreasonably withheld. I would recommend that that clause be taken out for two reasons. One, I'm not sure what the authorization refers to. The town attorney has no authority. He's simply making a recommendation. And I also am not sure why the town couldn't not accept his recommendation for whatever reason it determined, reasonable or otherwise. And in the very last sentence of that paragraph, I think has no place. It's completely unrelated to this contract. itself. That should just be a part of any other contract that's entered into. That's one specific recommendation. The only other specific recommendation is with regard to the compensation section, the second paragraph. We discussed this previously. This simply says the town agrees to pay Wilson monthly expenses for payment of general office expenses. I think what we had previously discussed was agrees to reimburse the town attorney for actual reasonable expenses incurred upon submission of invoices, receipts, and appropriate documentation. And I'm happy to walk back through either one.
So let's do the first one, just to be sure. I think I
Okay.
got it. So you're basically saying in number 9,
Yep,
the third line from the bottom that begins with the word council,
yep,
put a period there and
That's
strike the balance.
that's correct.
Is that right? And then on
And then delete the last sentence as being wholly
Yeah, delete the whole rest.
inappropriate for, it's a separate issue, but inappropriate for this kind
Yeah,
of
so you
topic.
just take the rest of that paragraph out, right? And then on your expenses piece,
The town also agrees to reimburse Wilson for actual reasonable expenses incurred accompanied by receipts or other appropriate documentation.
and leave it at that. Yeah, I'm okay with that, because that's what we agreed on.
That is what we agree.
That one's pretty simple. Okay, Stephanie?
So when you say reimburse, so as an example, mileage, him coming here today, so on his expense for next month, he won't actually pay anything. It'll just say mileage, and we pay him for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He provides the mileage.
I mean, that's a
Yeah.
pretty
So I'm
common way
saying
to
there may
get
not be
expenses
receipt.
reimbursed is.
Times 70
So there may not
cents,
be receipts to
whatever
everything.
the current ratio
Yep.
is, and then, yes.
Yep.
That's standard language in this
Yeah.
kind of
Yep.
contracts.
All right. Brad, anything else?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? So we had a motion to approve and a second. I think we need a motion to approve the amendments that we've just made and recommend to council the amended. So if I could have a motion of that sort?
So moved.
Well, I have to first rescind my first motion. We have a motion, we have to take it off the table.
Do we have to take it off the table, or can we?
No, you can just do a motion to approve you need a motion and a second to approve the amendments. And then you go back to the original motion to approve it all together.
Okay, so we've got a motion to approve the amendments. Do we have a
So
second?
moved.
And
Second.
and a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Are we simply moving to approve the amendments at this
Yes,
point in
At this
time?
just
point,
the amendments
yes.
right now.
Aye.
And
Okay,
we have to-
now,
we
we're
have to
back to
approve the first
back to the first motion, which is to approve for recommendation to town council this contract. And we've discussed that, so now we need to take a vote on that.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay,
So can I ask a question?
sure.
So now I understand, Brad, that you don't want to discuss your other lengthy legal concerns, but you want to do this in the town council special call meeting? Because there's a bigger audience, or what is the reason for that?
Whenever this comes up before the council. Yeah,
Also,
that's it.
okay, fine.
Okay.
We are prepared for that.
Okay. The next item of business is review and recommend to town council for approval of the consultant for law enforcement department feasibility study. So Craig's going to make some comments on this, but as he's coming up, let me say that it is the intention for this really to be a feasibility study, meaning should we or should we not have a police force? If yes, what does it look like? Size, number of people, timing, and so forth. It's not the Jeopardy method of consulting, which says we're going to start with the notion that we are going to have a police force and you need to give us the data to support that. That's not the plan. Somebody asked also whether or not we had data to support what's happened since the sheriff pulled the contract. Yes, we do have response time data. We've got other data that has to do with the interaction of the sheriff's deputies that are on the island with the general population and so forth. So I think we have some pretty good data to provide to whoever the company is that may or may not get this contract. So Craig?
Thank you. Good afternoon. During our February 2023 council retreat, I was tasked to prepare a police force feasibility study, RFP, to get an independent assessment that can examine the possibility, capabilities, and/or likelihood of a proposed police force. On March 2023, the town received a 90-day written notification from the sheriff's office that the permanent deputy contract will be terminated by June 1st, 2023. This contract had 4 deputies assigned to Q Island, which is 2 deputies scheduled 24/7 for the first shift, which is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that contract was an amount of $442,000. Moreover, a proposal was prepared and reviewed by the Public Safety Committee and presented at the August 1st council meeting. The RFP was posted, and we received 3 bidders, which is CPSM, Matrix Consulting, and Sumter Local Government Consultants. A subcommittee was formed to review all bidders and to make a recommendation to the Public Safety Committee. Public Safety Committee reviewed the recommendation and voted for the CPSM to be recommended to the Ways and Means. All 3 firms were very capable of doing the job. The bids are equal in terms of the work. However, after reviewing the proposal, the Public Safety Committee recommended going forward with this CPSM, which is called the Center for Public Management. The recommended amount was $60,629 from that consultant firm. The funding for the expenditure would be from the public safety line item consultant firm, which was already budgeted for $80,000.
Could a
Motion first.
motion to accept this, a motion to recommend to town council for the approval of this CPSM consulting group to do this feasibility study?
So moved.
Second? Any discussion on this point?
Yes, quite a bit. First, it was my understanding, and also expressed again in an email to Stephanie and the mayor in August, 2 topics. One, to make sure that whatever we receive, and John, you stated that right at the beginning of that section, that we receive recommendation, what is the best way forward? Is it our own police force? Is it not? Is it something else? What is the best way, okay? I cannot find that in any of the proposals. All of the proposals, and I can read, for example, the first one, every single bullet point of what they call our analysis involves the following major outcomes. It only focuses on our own police force. It does not mention by any means what alternatives we have. And I'm not saying that we have, right? But I'm missing that point. My second point of reference back in August was to make sure that also the consultants answer to us one very important question. How are we going to manage a police department in this town? By our staff, by our town administrator, by our council. How will this work, right? Again, I cannot find a single word in the 3 proposals. So for me, at the moment, this is incomplete and cannot be approved. Second major topic is that I would actually like to start the conversation first with really understanding why do we need it? I mean, I understand that when we received the cancellation from the sheriff that she, provided us with a couple of months ago, We were all up in arms. We looked at many, many options. There was a lot of talk about, you know, the airport, police department being a substitute, et cetera. I haven't heard about that for 2 months. But there was never really a strategic discussion. Do we actually need that? So I looked at the response time changes since the cancellation of the contract, which now is about 3 months, Stephanie. So the average, and you can look at the data in many different ways, but I took all the data that Stephanie provided me with, and I have to say, in average, the response time between before the contract was expiring and after it expired for the day shift. So I think I excluded all the data for the night shifts because they're not relevant here. So but anyway, so the data that I used and kind of segregated, you know, by that, looking at the day shifts, the average response time changed from 15 minutes to 19 minutes, 4 minutes. Now, I'm not saying that this is not substantial. This is 25%, right? And 15 minutes already is pretty long. But I would like to have a discussion about what do we expect as a community, how quick police force should respond to an incident. Is it 5 minutes? Is it 10 minutes? What is Hilton Head's response time? What is Charleston, City of Charleston response time? I think before we move forward with this, I think we should have a better, substantial, maybe in a retreat kind of conversation. What actually is our objective that we can all agree upon? I don't see that. This is an action item that I think is the second step before the first. So that's why I have a great difficulty for these two reasons to approve this proposal.
Chairman, just a comment. I think that's a fair thought. But to even go back further, the issue of safety and security is part of the mission, part of the responsibility of this group. And we somewhat crossed that many years ago in terms of responding to communities concerned and concern of the council at that time to engage the county by having them provide that level of service. And we paid for that for many, many years. So that bridge was somewhat crossed at a time that there was we were a much less mature organization, much less mature town. We didn't have the level of activities that we had, the level of volume. We didn't have a much larger commercial activity, residential housing, residence housing, an ER, which is going to have an enormous impact. So the whole notion of our response to safety and security, we've somewhat crossed that, but, and I thought we talked about that at the retreat, but if we would wish to have a session, public session or what have you, whatever, just to talk about safety and security and the responsibilities thereof, that's fine. But I honestly thought that we had talked about the importance of that and how we could respond. In terms of alternatives, they're limited, they're little to none. We did get down the path with the airport force, and that just isn't going to work. So in terms of either we just continue to fall under the jurisdiction of the county, section zone 11 or whatever, or we do something. And I'm just to the point that it is far more than response time. With those activities that we're going to have here, with that commercial development and the ER, and it's a huge responsibility to say we're not going to do something and then to be caught. Something, you don't want to be doom and gloom or predict it, but something has a high probability, a possibility of happening over these next years to come, over these next 5 years. It may not, and it may. And if it does, then the community will have, the residents of this community will have a very good request to say, why haven't you responded to something that is so foremost in your mission, and that is to provide safety and security? So if we want to hold up on this, that's fine, and we want to have this broad discussion, that's fine. But I'm just saying, that's what you have to take into account. It's very difficult to look at in terms of graphs and charts or whatever. The things are going to change here over these next 5 years, and to prepare to have a police force in place, ready to do that, is going to take some time. It just isn't something that we're just hiring a subcontractor. It will take some time for that group to evolve. So it's a fair comment, Mike.
So I have a follow-up comment. Michael, I agree with, what you're saying with respect to response time. Stephanie showed me something this morning, though, that I haven't had time to get into because she only showed it to me this morning. But there is some concern about the raw data that is being used to calculate the response time. And that was discussed with me because there are a fair amount of responses around 40 seconds or 50 seconds, which just doesn't seem realistic to be accurate. So we're not sure, and it has to be confirmed, whether the notification of the sheriff's office is accurately portrayed. We don't know. So that has to be investigated. And another thing, and I'd like Stephanie, if you're comfortable to comment on, she mentioned earlier to me, another item that we have to follow up on. So the night shifts or the second and third shifts, if you look at our cash flow, the expenditures that we're paying for the second and third shifts, we're about 40 to 50% below average, historical average, year after year after year, which means there is not any police here in the evenings.
Not at all times, yes.
In the evening, so we have no police presence on the island. So that has to be considered.
Right.
Because that, to me, is very dangerous.
To clarify, I'm not saying that we should not have our own police department or other means of making sure that we all are safe and we have acceptable response times. I just urge us to step back a little for just a little bit, right? And look at the big picture.
100% agree.
What are our strategic objectives? What is it that we want to achieve? For example, in response time. Because honestly, 15 minutes of response time to an incident, if it's a severe one, if you're involved in that severe one, 15 minutes is like an eternity.
It's too late.
Right? So I want us to step back, define the 2 or 3 rules that or objectives that we want to achieve, and then step into that study and have the consultant really help us understanding, okay, if this is your objective, and I'm just putting it out there as a pure example, 10 minutes response time, what is it that we have to do? That's how I would like to approach it. So I'm not saying we should never touch that again, the opposite. But I think we need to do a little bit of more strategic work before we step forward with this one.
Fair point.
But think of it, the data, it'd be very difficult to get the data to do that. For instance, we are a responsibility, this community is a responsibility to the sheriff's office. There's no question about that. And if she was here, she would say that she's doing everything possible to ensure the safety and security of this community as part of her mission. I would fully agree with that. I would fully agree with that. The fundamental question is that enough? That's what it is. If we, and I don't know where you're going to find an answer or a number or something that says that we're enough. This is here because, at least I'm speaking for myself, I think, as I look down the road in years to come, we need a police force here. And I have all the confidence in Sheriff Graziano that she's doing the best job that she possibly can. I think with the changes that are taking place in Charleston County and with the changes that are taking place on this island, we need our own. And I don't know, we can debate that, we can discuss that, we can, I don't know. It's going to be very difficult to have anything objective that would substantiate one way or another. I mean, we had the best of all worlds for those 6, 7, 8 years, and we were able to pay officers to be on site here. She just can't recruit. She couldn't keep up the staffing, so she pulled them out. I understand that. I don't fault her for trying, for doing that. But this is going to be different in years to come.
And I think, Michael, some of your concerns about, you didn't see it in this. If you look at the paragraphs that say things like, It would include plans to align with broader town strategies, such as the town's emergency management plan, upcoming strategic plan, including actionable performance metrics to track service quality, proactively identify areas for improvement. It says the project report would include current, proposed, and optimal levels of service for law enforcement program, which could say you don't need to do anything for 2 years, and then you need to have 1 police officer. So I think that it does allow for, in this feasibility study, to let experts that have done this time and time again for other communities to take that same objective view of our law enforcement needs and be able to provide for us what we are after.
But when you read the proposals, that part is dropped, right? Is gone.
I read it
right?
from their proposal.
So, no, it's clearly says, conduct a forensic data analysis,
Wait,
identify and recommend
I'm not gonna argue
appropriate.
with what
So,
page you're reading from.
So,
I'm just saying, in the statement of understanding of what they do, this is the way they approach the contract. And keep in mind, and you've been a consultant, the first thing you do is you meet with your client and decide, okay, how are we gonna proceed here? And so they're gonna take an approach that we find acceptable. We're not buying an off-the-shelf consulting package where they just fill in the words and send it to
right,
us.
but then again, as you reference consulting work, every good project, every successful project starts with a clear objective, a target. And I think we have,
So what is our target here?
well, that's
And
exactly
that's
what I
your
would like
point.
to debate.
But it's whether number one is whether we even need to entertain a police force or not.
No, that for me is the second or third or fourth question. The first one is, what do we want? So first of all, are we happy or are we not happy with the services that we are provided? That's probably an easy question to answer. But then what do we expect
I don't
as a
think any
community?
question is going to be easy in this particular element.
Well, I mean, if you have a 15 minutes plus now 90 minutes response time, I would assume that this is not satisfactory, right? That's my personal opinion, right? If there's an incident and we had a couple of severe, thanks God, only a few, that's far too long, right? And so that is, for me at least, an easy question. But then what are we setting as an objective? What do we want to achieve? And that's not a lengthy discussion. I don't expect us to work on this for months or years. I think it's a focused retreat discussion, because in the February retreat, we didn't really have that discussion. To give the consultant a clear objective, what we think we as a community want. And we should facilitate maybe some hearing or some community input into that, so that we can provide the consultant with a clear objective.
So why would you not do that why would you not do that as soon as you have retained a consultant to do this feasibility study?
So I'm.
Because I think the cost will change because of that. So I would at least as a consultant say, okay, if these are the targets, let me look at my proposal, right, and submit again, because I might need to do some changes.
Mr. Chairman, I thought you framed the issues at the outset very well, what we had agreed to previously was to undertake a feasibility study to assess whether, in fact, a police department was necessary and appropriate given other alternative security capabilities that are on the island and off island. And then if it was determined that, yes, it made some sense to have additional police capability, what that might look like and what that might entail. My concern, and it dovetails with those of Councilmember Heidingsfelder's, that's not what this RFP turned out to be. And if you read it, it says the town seeks proposals from qualified consultants to conduct a review of the town's current contract for law enforcement services. There isn't one, and a feasibility study to determine the cost and scope of creating a municipal police department. The outcome is a detailed analysis of developing a new police department and existing operational effectiveness. The preface is a probable police force. Then, if you look at the actual submissions, and I, like Councilmember Heidingsfelder, I read through each one of them. What is remarkable is the consultants, the one that's recommended is arguably the one that is most canned and least responsive. Its project schedule keeps saying, we'll deliver an information request to the department. After their analysis is provided, they will deliver it to the department for review. And the department will have 10 days to review. I mean, it is not tailored whatsoever, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, to what our current circumstances are. It's a very canned response. The other two were actually more, no, they were actually more responsive to our unique
I
circumstances.
felt just the opposite.
Okay, but the third one, the most expensive one, I couldn't get past the fact that they couldn't spell Kiowa correctly anywhere. But I'm fully supportive, again, of issuing an RFP. I just think we need to reissue the RFP that's focused on exactly the types of things: data gathering, assessment of whether or not a police force is necessary, given the fact that our assessments as homeowners go to the Kika Security Office. There are 16 security officers associated with resort. We now have District 11. It's only been in place for 3 months. We haven't seen that evolve over time. How does that all mesh together? My understanding, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, I don't know if others did, that there was an Our World session recently at which the Sheriff's Office presented, KIGR presented, and Kika presented, and that was very well received by the community. Maybe we should do the same thing, bring all the different stakeholders together, and that would help us inform how to frame a new RFP to be issued, and whether this particular recommendation is the right, this firm is the right one to undertake that analysis, I don't know, because all they talk about is standing up a department, full stop.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to recommend this to town council. I think everybody's voiced an opinion that has one, so let's take a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed?
No.
Nay.
So this fails. So we'll get with staff and have them. It was 3 nays.
So
The-
I didn't hear you guys say anything. Did you guys vote one way or the other?
I voted yes.
Okay, so 2, 3.
So at this point, we'll go back to staff and have them take another whack at it, either with an adjusted RFP, maybe sent out to these same 3 people, whatever we want to think is appropriate.
Well, can we put another motion forward?
Sure.
Is that possible? So I would put the motion forward that we still get together this year in a retreat to focus on this topic, give clear advice to staff, and then staff will determine what needs to be done, reissuing RFP, changing the existing
I
quotes.
don't know that
et
you need
cetera.
a motion to do that. I don't need a
No?
motion to do that. I think the
But
point is.
that would be my recommendation to the council
Yeah.
then, that we do that.
But I would make a motion. I go back to, if we want to bring in, maybe, I'm not sure who the expert would be, and I did not attend the event up at the Sandcastle. My interest in this is far more than the here and now in terms of what the resort's doing or what's happening at the gates or whatever. My interest in this is trying to envision what this community is going to be like 5 and 10 years from now, before an incident occurs, not the response time to the incident, but before an incident occurs. So if we want to have somebody come in to help facilitate a discussion on what this community may be like, will be like, it's not may be like, will be like 5 years from now, with those activities that are being built right now, and really talk about what communities like that have full-blown ERs, that have full-blown residential housing, that have all of this development, what it's like, I think that's fine. And I'm not sure that they're a consultant to talk about police forces, but talk about safety and security. That's, to me, that is what this is like. Not in terms of just as we see the world right now. The resort has done a marvelous job in terms of their coverage. The association has done a marvelous job in terms of what they provide, but it's going to be different. And I'm just, so how we want to do that, if we want to do that,
And if I
I like this idea. I think I have the right person in mind.
Okay, and one of the things that I just want to add, I mean, some of the behind-the-scene things, not advocating one way or the other, just telling you all some anecdotal information. We get emails from council at times when things happen. They ask us what happened. We don't know. We don't have control over the deputies that we do hire for second and third shift, and sometimes what we're seeing right now is that number is dwindling. I'm getting calls from the resort who's saying, it is the town's role and responsibility to be the police, not us. You're requiring and forcing us to arm up when we don't want to do that. Maybe the same thing about Kika. So they're looking to us, and they're coming to us, to the Public Safety Committee, and they're saying, town, you all are responsible, so what should you do? So I think having something like this, that you say you may have the right person, I think maybe it's a great start, because we can all start talking about what is it that the community as a whole want? What are we looking for? What is the town's role? And what is the role of a private resort that, while they're looking at their own properties, they're not looking at everything else, all the things that's happening outside the gate. So I think having someone come in and start that discussion, and then we just kind of go from there and see what we need to do. But we are hearing, and we do get these calls, and we do get these emails now, and unfortunately, right now with the sheriff's office, I think with our second and third shift contract, when we used to have the former sheriff, we had probably at one point 50 to 60 men and women on our payroll. So second and third shift, the town pays, they're on our payroll, even though we have no way of managing them. The number now is probably down to under 20.
Stephanie,
So
maybe
for
we
our
get-
second and third shift.
Maybe instead of a motion, maybe just in conjunction with the conclusion of the comprehensive plan, maybe that would be a time, I'm not sure what the timeline is when that's supposed to be done, but I think we need to have this, whatever we want to call it, discussion, workshop, whatever. And I don't know if we can get it in this year or the first of next year, but I think we ought to have a broad discussion about that. And the comprehensive plan will have all of these things spelled out.
So let's move along with things that are on the Ways and Means
One quick
agenda.
question for Stephanie, just to clarify. Who at Kika has requested or recommended that we stand up a police force? I'm not aware
I
that
didn't say
Kika-
anyone at Kika did, I just said that from the Public Safety Committee, and the conversation is that at some point, does the town need to have that role and responsibility? Now, I said from the resort, the question is, they don't want to be a police force, but essentially what is happening is forcing them to essentially be their own police force, and that's not something they want to do. They want to, ride around, take care of their
Which adds
guests.
to the whole complexity of the topic, because we now also have the resort having security personnel that are circling around Knight Heron.
We've already,
have 16
we
people.
voted to not recommend this. Let's move along to the next item, which is to review and recommend to town council the approval of the creation of a video production specialist position within the communications department. What happens if we run out of time for this meeting? We just keep going?
Yeah, we're
Just
going
finish
to
it.
have to we'll suspend this meeting, you can go into council meeting, and you can essentially start the council meeting to say that you're going to suspend council meeting to finish up the Ways and
Okay.
Means.
All right. So Aaron?
And can we just move into?
So, talk really fast.
Okay. So you'll see a job description in the media materials. That was a follow-up to the fall retreat. I also detailed out, so in addition to the position, also some additional money, $6,000 for basic video equipment. This would just get this person started. And then I also had an attachment that talked a little bit about what we're already doing in-house with the podcasting and live streaming and some of those fees associated with that as well.
So could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
I'm sorry, just a question for Aaron. Help me understand what kind of benefits there would be from the streaming standpoint. What's going to change with having this person on board, separate from the podcast, which may or may not continue at the same tempo? Kind of, what's the person going to be doing day to day to enhance kind of communications and what everybody sees externally if they're not here?
So one of the things that would be very beneficial for our department is, our current staff is doing the live streaming, and it's considerable amount of time. It's anywhere, depending on how many meetings per month. So that would free up me and Shai to do additional communication outreach in addition. We could also assist with maybe some more engagement with people who need to live stream in and want to provide comments as well. We have been looking into that as well.
So you
that's-
basically have to look at this, Brad, like Erin sits here in all these meetings because something could happen.
Yep.
For her, that's a greatly unproductive time, right?
But,
But, yeah,
Yeah, but it is something that, like, this person you would expect would have some capability to look at these kind of enhancements to what we are, our current, like Kika does the two-way, for example, we do not. Are there those things like that that are kind of part of this that you envision?
I mean, they could definitely look into that. I think we're kind of limited with our equipment that we have right now, so that person would have to kind of reassess based on what we already have.
So
Spend a lot of money
I have
on.
also a question for you, Aaron. So we have been very active, except for September because of all the storm, but we have been almost since the March, April timeframe, very active with communication, with podcasts, et cetera. We have a schedule that I believe reaches into March or April even, with 2 podcasts per week, per month. So quite a bit of an activity, but then it kind of, the question raises, what are we going to do then? Okay, so what other podcasts are incoming? I don't have a concern that we don't find interesting topics for the community as we have already, but I'm trending to say, let's postpone that for a few months. Let's put it back on when we review the budget half year in December or January or something. Then we have a better understanding about our budget, because we have added quite a bit of cost over the last couple of meetings. And we have you and I have a better understanding about the podcast schedule going forward throughout the year of '24.
And I do think this person, in addition to some of the things I outlaid, just having more video content in general, it wouldn't just be podcasting and live streaming. This could be, videos on a variety. I mean, the possibilities are endless as far as video content that we could put on our website. We could show through e-newsletter, social media. It just kind of gives us another channel for that.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No.
Do it now or postpone it?
Well, we're voting to recommend approval to town council. Town council obviously has the ability to delay it. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. The next item is review and recommend to town council. Well, we have 2 minutes.
4.
Okay. All right, proposal for clean harbors for removal of household hazardous waste.
Okay, thank you all for taking the time to listen. So as we've talked about in the past, there's a growing need for safe and proper disposal of household hazardous waste on the island. Staff continues to see contamination at the public drop-off sites. We did a lot of outreach and seeing if we can find companies that will help us dispose of this stuff safely and properly. And everybody said that they're not interested in it except for one company, Clean Harbors. Clean Harbors is based out of North Carolina, and they do this pretty regularly all up and down the East Coast. So we had some meetings with them about how this would look, and basically they would come to a central location that we imagine being Town Hall. They set up their operation at a date and time determined by us, and residents can come safely dispose of all of their household hazardous waste. And then we will get a report on everything that was disposed of and how it was disposed to ensure that it was done properly. So we don't have a benchmark for what the waste removal looks like for Kiowa, so they kind of went on the extreme side, assuming that everybody on the island brings some type of household hazardous waste, and that kind of maximum cost came out to be $50,975.50. But again, that's kind of the most extreme that we would see.
Is that for a year?
That's for a pickup.
So how would these costs be invoiced to us? Because your $50,000 value is the maximum, so how otherwise would they be invoiced?
They weigh and calculate everything that gets brought over. So there's a benchmark, there's a bottom line basically that they have for mobilization, which I think is about $15,000 because they're coming from North Carolina and then have to take this stuff back to North Carolina in safe transport. But the billing would be actuals of what was dropped off. And depending on what it is, it's got to get disposed of a certain way that could, You know, everything gets disposed of a little bit differently, but.
And have they taken into consideration that roughly 80% of our homes are actually part-time used? Or have they taken all the 4,500 properties and applied their common rules to it? Which would, you know, inflate substantially, you know, this number.
We did tell them that, you know, it would fluctuate based on the time of year that they came, depending on occupancy from full, or from part-time residents. They couldn't really, they weren't comfortable giving us a number based off of full-time,
Okay,
part-time.
but what you're saying is they basically took the 4,500 properties.
Yes.
Applied their per property cost and came up with 50.
Yes, sir.
So the likelihood that our cost is substantially lower than the 50K for each pickup is there. It's a high probability,
There is
what you're saying.
a likelihood of
But-
that.
Sounds like that.
Every time they come, it's 13,250 plus the weight of the material they haul away.
In the mobilization, or the decommissioning, right? The mobilization and decommission, right? That would be, basically, if they came here and set up and 0 people dropped off anything,
13,250.
yes, sir.
Yes.
So, you know, you got to believe that they're going to do this with the similar frequency as Brown Trash Day. So that's once a quarter. So this number, the base rate is $50-some thousand a year, plus the amount of the waste, which could be from nothing to a couple $100,000.
It
I
could
just
be.
think-
So it's kind of an experimental too, you know, they don't have a benchmark for Kiowa. There's no historical data about how much it'll get used. We did want to go ahead and implement something this year, as far as HHW collection. And we might not do this for long term. There could be other opportunities that present themselves. But we certainly did want to try to, you know, at least initiate that effort for
Okay,
pickups. Yes,
So
sir.
I have
so-
2 more questions, if I may. So A, is this the same company that Seabrook is using?
No, sir, this is a different
Okay.
company.
Have we tried to collaborate with the company that Seabrook is using?
We have, and basically what we found out is that company doesn't do that work anymore. They kind of on a grandfathered contract with Seabrook, so they continue that.
Okay, so, but there would be a potential chance actually to do this together with Seabrook at some point?
Not with the company that they're
No,
using
no, no,
right
no,
now.
no, no, but if at some point this company goes away,
Oh.
you know, then Seabrook and us could do this together, share the costs. so to
If they
speak.
stop using that
Okay.
company.
Are they willing, is this company willing to do a test run? Come here once at a certain point, see what happens, see how the community responds, see what we collect in an amount, so that we have a better understanding before we start committing for '24.
Absolutely. This isn't, I mean, this is for a one-time agreement. We would call them back as needed.
Okay.
So this could certainly act as a pilot test.
Okay, so motion to recommend,
So moved?
second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I don't think we have an option to approve this, given what I have personally observed in the recycling containers and the trash containers. I don't think we have an option.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Do we need to switch meetings now?
So,
Okay.
all right. Approval of the proposal for the dumpster pad at the town hall.
So as you all might remember, last month I came to you all with requesting to install a dumpster pad on the northwest side of the garage. This would relocate the dumpsters that we currently have that are occupying some parking spaces in the parking lot, and also just kind of appeal to the aesthetics of visitors and staff that are coming here every day. I was asked, initially, we requested to use recycled asphalt, and I was asked to get the pricing back for a concrete pad. And so I've got the pricing for the concrete pad that would come out to about a turnkey price of about $46,400. And then I also got a quote for using asphalt paving, which came out to about $33,600. And if you all remember, the original cost for the recycled asphalt was a total of about $11,000. $635. So our recommendation today is to move forward with the recycled asphalt product for the dumpster pad. And then again, we talked about not doing the enclosure and holding off on the vegetation. This will be just for the pad and the curb cut that would be involved in that.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve? And this is to recommend to
So
town
moved.
council.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
So explain to me again, Brian, how did we get from 11,000 to 33,000? Because that's maybe I misunderstand something, but the original proposal for labor and materials for just the recycled asphalt pad was 11,000.
That's just the cost of the product. The recycled asphalt's a lot cheaper than the paved asphalt. So the paved asphalt, for clarification, they would have to bring in a paving machine. You know, they would do some excavating, bring in a paver, and do this. This is kind of what we see at Kestrel Court right now. That's the looser material.
So the 33,600 is a really sturdy, well-grounded pad.
That would be paving like
Like a
just like the
street.
road is.
Got
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Was there a no?
Yes.
Okay. How many noes?
One.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Brian.
I have nothing further to say. So do we need to just adjourn this? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We're adjourned.
Are we coming back to this, or?
No.
Why don't we take a couple minutes? Why don't we take a couple minutes and start in a couple minutes? Yeah. We ready? Come on. Good afternoon, everybody. It's on now. Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for the delay. We had a previous meeting and it ran over, so apologize. Roll call, please.
Mayor Labriola,
Here.
Mr. Moffett, Mr. Belt,
Here.
Mr. Turner,
Here.
Dr. Heidingsfelder,
Here.
Ms. Tillerson. Here. Mr. Wilson.
It's good to see everybody. I would imagine one of the big reasons that you're all here is that this first section of the meeting will be a public hearing. There are 4 items to be addressed, to be discussed on the public hearing. Most specifically, we will be responding to these recommendations that come from the Planning Commission. So in your packet is all the relevant material. I have asked John Taylor to step up and to really walk through the packet itself. We can do that rather briefly because I want to make certain that you can at least have a chance to follow what the Planning Commission had recommended and your opportunity. That's the whole notion of the planning, or a public hearing, is to hear the response from the residents. There will be no vote. This is not a first reading. This is a public hearing. So we will be turning it over to you. So could I have a motion to go into a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion from council. Okay, John Taylor is our planning director, so if you could walk through, John.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's some slides. Yeah.
That's okay, John. No
So,
slides.
okay, no,
Just
okay.
talk it through. Everybody
So-
has the packet.
What I wanted to do is just introduce the Planning Commission recommendations come forth after several workshops and meetings of prepared discussion regarding the amendments. What before the public hearing today are recommendations regarding the 2013 amended and restated development agreement and its expiration coming up in December of this year. As part of that expiration, there are several parcels within the development agreement that staff is recommending become rezoning to base zoning districts. And these are the districts that are being presented as part of this process today that's provided in the materials. In the materials, there is a spreadsheet that looks like this. Each of those recommendations in the far right column, which is the blue column, of this shows what each of those recommendations are. And so I'll just highlight exactly which ones are those, beginning with the Upper Beachwalker parcels.
John,
John, if you have that, if you could just.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is not showing up.
yeah. And
Can we
would you,
make- Can we make more? Everybody should have a copy.
She's making
Anyway,
more
it looks like
copies.
this.
and can you clarify one thing for me? Okay, I know that there are staff recommendation, but there's now planning commission recommendation. Can we only talk, when you use the word recommendation, about the planning commission recommendation?
I will clarify that as I present those. Can you? So I'll flip through these. It'll look slightly different from what you're looking at, the spreadsheet itself, but the recommendations will be based on each of the parcels.
Which recommendation?
The recommendations that are being presented are the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Okay, so you will only present what the planning commission recommended to us? Because you started with the staff recommendation, so I'm confused and I want to clarify that.
So I will go back and I did not go through the entire process of prior to what is being shared as part of the public hearing is what is being recommended from the Planning Commission.
Okay,
As
so we
part of
will
that
only,
process-
so every time you use the word recommendation, it will refer to the planning commission's recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make Sure, we all talking about the same thing here.
If there's a distinction, I will make, there are some things that I will make a distinction on, but I will make that distinction.
Okay, thank you, John.
Beginning with the Upper Beachwalker parcels, you can see that parcel 8 and parcel 10 are being, parcel 8, 9, and parcel 10, which have been identified Parkway Gate, Beachwalker Office Park, and Marsh Point Residual. Here on the screen, these are just showing parcel 8 and 10. By the development agreement, these are two separate parcels. However, these share the same one TMS number. The future land use designation being recommended by the Planning Commission is medium-density residential, and the zoning category for this is R2 residential. That goes the same for parcel 9, which is Beachwalker Office Park, medium-density residential as the future land use designation, and the zoning being recommended as R2 residential. The existing zoning for the Beachwalker Office Park is R2/C, and its future land use designation is mixed use. Parcel 11, which is Beachwalker Lagoon, its existing future land use is mixed use. Its zoning category is R3C, and the recommendation that comes before from the Planning Commission is high-density residential in the R3 category. As part of this process, which is not within the development agreement, we did include the former church parcel as it's commonly known. This particular parcel is currently zoned R3/C. The recommendation provided by the Planning Commission is for this parcel also to go to R3 residential with its future land use designation of high-density residential. Parcel 13, this shifts down to Lower Beachwalker. Lower Beachwalker, this is parcel 13. The parent tract of parcel 13 has been subdivided into 3 smaller tracts, the first of which is commonly known as Lot 1. This is a currently undeveloped site that is under site plan review. The existing future land use designation is mixed use for this parcel. R3/C is the zoning, and this parcel has been recommended to go to high-density residential for its future land use designation in the R3 residential category for its zoning designation. The other two parcels under the parent tract of parcel 13 are mixed-use future land use designations today. This would include the Cape as well as the Timbers that are either constructed or under construction. The zoning for those two parcels are the R3/commercial zoning designation. The recommendation that's provided by the Planning Commission has these two parcels, both the Cape as well as Timbers, going to high-density residential as its future land use designation, and the zoning category of R3 residential. Beachwalker Park is the next parcel that's located on the lower end of Beachwalker Drive. The current future land use designation for this parcel is mixed use. This current zoning is also the R3/C category. The proposed designation for its future land use recommended by the Planning Commission is medium-density residential. The zoning designation is R2 residential. Parcel 12B, which is outlined as Captain Sam's, this parcel is currently zoned R1 residential with its future land use designation of low-density residential. The proposed designation for this is low-density residential with the zoning district to be R1 residential. There are two additional Parcel 16, which refers to the settlement. The current future land use designations include low-density residential and active recreation and open space, and as well as the R2 residential, PR, Parks and Recreation, and commercial uses allowed based on the development agreement for this particular area. The recommendation that's come before from the Planning Commission is that low-density residential remain for the developed lots. Active recreation and open space remains for the uses associated with the golf course. The zoning designation, as currently zoned, those parcels for residential are zone R2. The recommendation is to move that to R1 residential, and also the remaining areas of park where the golf course is and the river course to remain Parks and Recreation. There is a recommendation that comes from the Planning Commission as part of this rezoning, so that the Parks and Recreation conditions of use based on the PR zoning category would amend to ensure that amenities of existing club facilities remain a use allowed, specifically including the spa. And so you'll see that in another exhibit that's part of the materials that explains that amendment proposed for section 12-103. The final of this is parcel 41, which is Osprey Beach. Similarly, this area is a mixture of residential and commercial, R1 being the residential zoning district, as well as the future land use designation having both low-density residential and active recreation and open space as its future land use designation. That proposed future land use does not change low-density residential and active recreation and open space. The only change here is to remove the commercial designation from the zoning, which would be R1 residential and Parks and Recreation. Those are the amendments.
Okay, let's pause at that point, John. There's more copies over there. I don't want to take up our time. I want it to be our residents' time. So this is the document that he was reading from, okay? So this is really one that you wish to provide, all of your attention to. Look at the far right-hand side in blue. As Michael pointed out, there's a series, you can see the sequence, what it is, what staff recommended, and what the Planning Commission is recommending in blue. Just one other point. Why? All of this is encompassed by the development agreement. It's headed 2013 ARDA. So all of this is encompassed in the development agreement. The development agreement sunsets the first week in December. We've been preparing for this for a year. We knew it was coming. It's coming. It's here. So the Planning Commission has been working, John's been working, public hearings have been held to talk about when the development agreement sunsets, what will the zoning be for those lots? And that's what this is. Okay, so my classes, I see the nods of heads, so everybody understands. That's the plan. It is your meeting. This is a public hearing, so we welcome your comments. So however you want to start. Yes, sir. It's fine.
Mayor, just for procedural, get a motion to open public hearing. Did you get that?
I think we did, didn't I?
No.
You did?
We did?
Didn't I? Yeah.
I don't think we didn't.
See, my memory's better than yours.
Hey, good afternoon. My name's Lance Spencer. I live at 40 Sunlit Bend in Inlet Cove. First of all, thank you for your service to our community, and thank you for the Planning Commission and everybody else who's been actively working on this for a while. I know this isn't easy, but thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity for public comment. I'll be brief. I know a lot of hard work went into the Planning Commission's recommendations, and appreciate their consideration of the public comments that led up to that to date so far. I think that from my viewpoint and from interactions I've had in the community, the adjacent communities have all come together, and others may talk to that as well. 3 homeowners associations, 250 community residents, homeowners. And really we're asking for, and I believe the Planning Commission recommendation reflects as best they can, that we want consistent development. Nobody's saying no development that I've heard. We want consistent development with the surrounding communities. Nobody's looking for 3 to 4 story development like that. Nobody wants a replay of the Cape. I know everybody wants that in their rearview mirror. But I just ask that your consideration be reflecting that. There's some issues I think that affect the community that need to be considered even post after your decision on this. I know an engineering firm's been hired to review stormwater and other impacts. Ask that include not only development impacts to that site plan, but to the surrounding and adjacent communities. We in Inlet Cove, for example, if you've looked at it, the inlet's eroding away. Our critical lines change by the day sometimes. We've invested in sandbagging, trying to mitigate that. The stormwater from the intended site plans is going to go somewhere. It's not going to be absorbed in the water there, into the environment there like it's being done now. So that stormwater is going to go somewhere. We're concerned that's us. So we ask that be considered in further considerations going forward. Parking seems to be an issue still. Traffic still seems to be an issue. That's a chronic and building issue. I know there's separate discussion tracks going on before council and the town on traffic, but considerations for that. Short-term rentals, that should be an active discussion in my opinion. It plays into not only the development consideration, but prior discussions that the Ways and Means Community was looking at in the prior session. And natural wildlife habitats. Some of the areas under consideration here are declared in like the 2014 city study on bobcat habitats. I think most, if not all of us, are in Kiowa Island because we love the environment. We love the habitats. Many of us belong to a lot of the preserve or conservancy or other organizations, and we want to see that preserved as best possible. I think most people that I've talked to, in my opinion, is that we understand the inherent rights of property owners, but we're property owners too, and we want to preserve the inherent rights of our properties as well. That's my comments. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Please.
I'm John Fly of 102 Inlet Cove. I will confess that I rather instinctively take a skeptical view of the processes by which public policy decisions are made. So with that as background, I'd like to give my sincere thanks to the Planning Commission for what I witnessed in their most recent meeting. I had been skeptical of the process that I was afraid I might be witnessing. Unresolved land use rights decisions that aren't brought to closure in a manner that is acceptable to all the affected parties can be disastrous. Anyone who has had access to news of the outside world over the last few weeks, you can see that played out in the Middle East. Those are just land use rights disputes, folks, and written in big capital flaming letters. It does appear to me that watching the dynamics of the last Planning Commission meeting, that the public comments, the subset of public comments that were well-informed and responsible in their nature, which is always a subset of the comments you get, they had been given due consideration and weight. I had been concerned about whether that was really going to happen. But when the cake came out of the oven the other day, it looked like they had been treated respectfully, with appreciation, and given the consideration that they were due. And I thank the commission for that. I would also like to say that I was quite encouraged by the interaction I saw between the commission members and the planning staff. It looked to me like what one would want to see. Clearly, the members of the Planning Commission took ownership of the decision-making process, took ownership of land use philosophy and policy direction, and looked to the planning staff to provide technical advice and support for them to make their decision about what to recommend to you. That's as it should be. And I would thank the planning staff, because rather than try to just defend their own recommendations and tell the commission what the commission had to do, they were there in a very productive and cooperative way to provide information, support, and explanation to the Planning Commission. When they were challenged, they presented reasonable grounds for their own recommendations, but they were also quite willing to consider and interact in the evaluation of alternatives. That's the way it should be, and that's what I saw. So I think that I certainly didn't wind up with the Planning Commission proposing or recommending everything I would have liked to see. I hope it wasn't everything anyone would have liked to see, but when anybody in this type of decision gets everything they want, it's generally an indication that something is wrong with the process. So I do commend all that I saw working on the recommendation that is presented to you today in the way they went about bringing forth that recommendation. It makes me feel good about being a citizen of Kiowa Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Greg Darris. I live at 100 Bellmead Hall Road. My wife and I have owned there for 18 years, and we've lived here full-time for 10 years. Our property backs up to Beachwalker, so we have endured the construction of both the timbers and the Cape. All that said, I want to commend everyone who is showing the courage to be true stewards for all of Kiowa. While I'd love to see the 3 larger properties along Beachwalker be rezoned to even lower density and lower height limits, I recognize the impracticality of that. I encourage everyone involved to continue to exhibit the courage to hold the developments to the exact letter of the laws and ordinances that will be applicable. Please do not allow a single variance, amendment, or anything else to the proposed zoning. And please make sure that all future environmental, storm, parking, infrastructure, and other impacts are considered in reviewing actual plans. Again, I want to thank you all for everything that you've done. I want to thank the Planning Commission for what they've done and the staff for what they've done. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I am Linda Leffler, 60 Sunlit Bend. I am the current president of the HOA of Inlet Cove. Standing here, I represent not only Inlet Cove, but Riverview and Kiowa Island COA. We have banded together, and I want you to know that we are 100% behind the Planning Commission's recommendation. I think they have done a fine job. Like Greg said, maybe not what everyone wants, but I think they have come to a good compromise, and we would like to see this passed. We 4 communities do represent over 250 homes and cottages. And I would hope you understand, we have elected you. We want you to listen to us, what we are saying. The developer is proposing on Upper and Lower Beachwalker Park, the 2 most dense areas of development anywhere on Kiowa. And they come out onto Beachwalker Drive, a 2-lane road that not much can be done to improve it, out onto a turn, a left-hand turn, that again, not much can be done. So please pass this. Listen to your voters. We want, again, to thank the Planning Commission. They've done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Hograve. I live at 77. My wife and I live at 77 Inlet Cove, and I don't want to cover ground that's already been covered, but I think it's important that we realize that there's going to be development along Beachwalker. I mean, the developer certainly has rights. You know, we realize that something is going to happen, but we would just like the same consideration that other parts of the island have in zoning, taking away the mixed use. We don't need commercial development, additional commercial traffic along Beachwalker. And we're just asking that it be developed along the same guidelines that the rest of the island's been developed. Give us the R2 and the R3 designation, and please don't accept the mixed use, BW, new zoning, upzoning designation, and you know, we can live, I think, with what the Planning Commission has recommended. So please, please strongly consider that and listen to the Planning Commission. They've done a fantastic job from what I can see. So thank you.
My name is Sherry Gallagher. I live at 119 Spartina Court. That's not in Sparrow Pond. It's not in Inlet Cove. But I want you all to know, you people that are in those communities, that we understand this isn't a not in my backyard kind of situation. All of the rest of your neighbors are with you. It's our island together. We don't want any more development than is absolutely minimally possible. So we look to you to rip out the bobcat habitat for more humanoids that our island doesn't want, can't handle, and don't need. Goes against everything we elected you to protect. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm hoping for applause, too. My name is Mark Primar. I'm here representing the Kiowa Partners, who own several of the parcels in question. I'm also a property owner resident at 81 Dungannon Hall. Mr. Mayor and members of council and those in attendance, what I'd like to do is provide you comments with each one of the parcels as we go. I attended Like many of you in the audience, I attended the work sessions and have a comment about the process at the end. But I do have recommendations that are based upon our perception of planning and development visions for the area. So what I'd like to do is actually go in reverse, if that's okay. So for those of you that want to refer to the spreadsheet that John prepared with the recommendations, parcel 41, Osprey Beach. This parcel is more than just the Kiawah Island Club, the beach club setting. It also includes 23 lots. We support the recommendation of the Planning Commission to rezone the residential lots to R1 category. That's consistent with the balance of contiguous residential patterns and the park and recreation associated with the club operation. Parcel 16, the settlement, again, we support the recommendation of the R1 category, which is different than the R2 category, but the existing land use pattern in that area is clearly single-family detached in home site sizes and residential patterns consistent with the R1 category. But it's extremely important to point out that if the park and recreation category is attributed to the balance of the property, which is the golf course, the clubhouse grounds, that the spa is presently be a non-conforming use. We've consistently said that if the text amendment is considered and approved, then we would support that because we think it should be a compatible use, even under any other park and recreation category. 12B, Captain Sam's. Again, the R1 category is consistent with the long-term zoning classification for the single-family area, but we pointed this out in several of the workshops that the boundary between 12A and 12B must be established consistent with the development agreement, which is different than what the proposal is. 12A, which is known as the Beachwalker office parcel, is more than just the 2-acre lease area. The 2-acre lease area is maintained ownership by Kiawah Partners with the 99-year lease, which I think was activated in 1975 or 1976. So there's a considerable amount of time left on the land lease, but the 12A parcel, once you take a look at it, is larger than that. The other area that I think should be considered by council is the recommendation that the C classification is dropped and the R3 is replaced with an R2, I believe. That remains cloudy then whether the existing PRC use is a permitted use as a matter of right. Now imagine, if it is, imagine 150 parking space and recreation facility being a permitted use in all R2 categories. So I think we need to reflect on that although it was a well-intentioned alteration, it actually might yield a non-conforming use, which would be an interesting conversation with PRC. PRC is clearly an active park and recreation facility that charges a fee for access. It's a commercial activity. Our recommendation would be that 12A in its entirety be classified park and recreation. So it's not just the lease area, but it's the area that bonds the park area to the ocean. We would recommend that that be considered going forward.
Excuse me, Mark. This was shared at the Planning Commission?
No, this didn't even, the recommendations that are presented to you today were not even discussed. So the only opportunity to comment was after the action of the Planning Commission. So that's why I'm presenting it today.
Okay, thank
Now let's go to parcel 13. Parcel 13 has three components to it. Parcel 13 was originally entitled for 235 units. When you combine the number of units that are either built, under construction, or presently under site plan review, there are 40 less. It's 80% of what the entitled unit count was in the whole of that. Of the 235, those that would have singular access and no cross access to Beachwalker Drive are 42. Not all of that 235 originally is dumping out onto Beachwalker. It's down to 42. So, in reverse order of parcel 13 at the bottom, Timbers is clearly a built project. 21 units, 4 stories, 7 units to a building. The proposed zoning essentially makes all of that building non-compliant. It's a non-conforming. There was a determination by the planning staff that the amenity within is commercial use. So now, not only is the building a non-conforming structure, we now have potentially a non-conforming use embedded in it. The Cape, which is under construction, 4 stories, multiple number of units in a building, all approved according to the entitlements at the time, and a beach club, which is accessible to a couple of thousand club members of fellow property owners. Fellow property owners, now that activity can conceivably be a non-conforming use through this recommendation. Lot 1, which is now known as Ocean Pines, the remaining part of the master plan area, was originally allowable for 120 units. Then there was an action in a public setting that was approved by the town council and recommended by the planning commission to reduce it to 100 based upon lowering heights and allowances for a number of units in a building. The proposal now is to go from that original 120 down to the 100, which is approved, down to now 80 units. So there was a conscious effort to lower density. But again, the zoning proposal of the R3 category will make all the buildings in the entirety of parcel 13 non-compliant, which continues a pattern by a previous council in the 80s and in the 90s, in which the R3 category was applied to even more dense areas in Kiowa. The end of Beachwalker isn't the most dense part of Kiowa. The most dense part of Kiowa is the East Beach Village area, where we have 3, 4, 5, and 6-story buildings with many more units in it than what's allowed in the R3. I raise this because this is adding more non-conforming structures to the process, which I'll reflect on in terms of the total going forward. As we move up Beachwalker, I'll mention first the former church parcel, which was not party to the development agreement. The title, every language that's been published to date in presentations has always been appropriately, the transition from ARDA, the development agreement world, to the non-development agreement world, as at least relates to Kiowa Partners. Obviously, everyone knows about the resorts development agreement, which is active right now. But this process included a parcel outside that, which is, I just never got an answer why that was done. Now, if it was part of a comprehensive planning process, which this is party to, I get that. And I'm there with everyone in this room about that. But I just want to call out that it's not part of the ARDA exercise. Parcel 11, which is the most dense parcel of the collection of parcels at the Upper Beachwalker, or what we call it West End now, our operative name is West End. It is the most dense allowance. The allowance that is proposed of the R3 category, deletion of the commercial category, which makes total sense, but the R3 category will actually increase density beyond the development agreement. It increases density. It adds 12 more units in the entitled part of parcel 11. I don't understand that in terms of the mood of the community and the general pattern, although it wasn't discussed. But the proposed R3 category clearly makes the site plan in progress, arguably the site plan that was referred to for both Ocean Pines as well as West End is in progress under existing entitlements. Everyone in the room has often mentioned should have vested rights with their entitled process. So when that's seen through with the third-party review, which is good, I think that was a good thing to have a third-party review to look at maybe bigger pictures or reflect on the assessment by the internal planning staff. But the reality is, if for some miracle that site plan is approved, the proposed zoning once again creates additional non-conforming structures or dwelling units within a parcel. All right, let me take parcels 8, 9, and 10 together, because as has been pointed out, 8 and 10 are really one parcel is recognized by the county as a parcel. Let me jump first to parcel 9. Parcel 9 has been a commercial use since the beginning of time in the modern-day era of Kiowa. The original construction company that built all the original cottages, Greens Lake, Inlet Cove, Sparrow Pond, bought that land from the Kuwaiti entity, built an office park there, affectionately known as the Pods. I was a pod dweller for many decades in those offices with the Kuwaiti period, as well as the 2.0 version developer. It has presently an existing parking lot. The office park was demolished in anticipation of using what has always been a commercial use for some non-residential use. The company even allowed for the community association to house structures there when Sandcastle was being renovated to allow for fitness and equipment rooms. And so my point is, it has been continuously used for some form of commercial activity. And to remove a commercial activity on a piece of property adjacent to not only, and across the street from a commercial entity, the main sales office, but adjacent to an existing commercial activity, which is not only a commercial zone, but a filling station, and suggesting that that would be appropriate for residential as opposed to a non-residential use. I'm trying to understand the planning philosophy of that. And then finally, the parcel 8, which has only been zoned commercial, has never had a split zone. It's always been zoned commercial. Behind the general store is being proposed for an R2 category. And oh, by the way, that adds 7 more units to the development potential for all those parcels. So when combined with 11, it's almost an additional 20 units. When many in the crowd have said, we have too many units. Why would the Planning Commission recommend something that is counter to a strong voice? We may have a disagreement, but it was clear that too much unit, this adds almost 20 more units to the process. Now I end with that one because maybe there's a better way of thinking of the combination of parcels 8, 9, and 10, which is non-residential, park and recreation, some category that would allow for an appropriate use for the greater community in that location, as opposed to a taking. Parcel 8 is a taking. I'm not an attorney, but I'm posing that, where you remove this commercial classification and downzone, which was only the only zoning classification. I'm trying to, when I left the last workshop and offered some opinion about a couple of things in multiple workshops, and I'm addressing this to all of us, including me, in our community. There were multiple times when I referred to the creation of additional non-conforming structures. Just to give you a sense of that, in the 90s, the town council at that time took previously approved and entitled, consistent with the zoning classification, 488 multifamily units at Kiowa at that time. And through the action of changing the R3 category, changed it such that they're non-conforming. That represented 55% of the residential units within the R3 zone. If council finds favor with the recommendation, that increases to 64% now of the residential units within the R3 category will now become non-compliant. Why have an R3 zoning classification? Why have something that is inconsistent? There was a glimmer of hope at the beginning of the workshops of consideration of a rethinking of a residential mixed category that would be applied to the West End. But my takeaway was it was hopeful that we were reflecting on a change in patterns. This is regressive. This is going backward. We're increasing the number of non-conforming structures and dwelling units. The burden isn't on the developer. It's on the individual property owners. If you look at the non-conforming section in the ordinance, the burden is on each of those individual property owners in case there's a disaster or a significant change in that. Most of those in the 90s, I'm not certain the town even has records of the drawings of that. I'm trying to understand how we can work together to find a path forward that is in the 21st century, much less the late 20th century, for zoning and land use in an area that, as everyone said, the property owner is entitled for something. We understand that there should be adjustment and reflection, but it should be progressive in thinking, not regressive, not increasing the number of nonconformities, but reducing those. I mean, that's a vital sign of a healthy zoning and land use law, which is the number of variances to a particular standard and the number of nonconforming uses or structures. Our recommendation is that this be this is a work in progress. So a lot of times there were a lot of comments registered by people. What's the hurry? Why are we trying to do this? The implication was that we were supporting this. Is anything I've said suggestive of supporting aspects of this? We're supporting better planning, which I know each one of us in this room wants. Everyone, the council, the professional staff, and all of us, and each of us that represent hundreds, if not thousands of other property owners. But this is regressive. We have to be better at it. We can be better than what's represented here. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I think this is an honest attempt by the Planning Commission to get to a better place. But I think the focus of trying to stop something prevailed over what's a better way of thinking. The process were a series of 3 workshops and public comments. There was no interchange. It was a Venn diagram that wasn't like this. It was a Venn diagram like this. All of us in the public comment sector made our comments. There was no exchange. The Planning Commission made their comments. That's okay. But there was no exchange. If you go back through all the video, there was no sort of cross-reference. There was zero comments about the non-conforming aspect, except one that was, I'm not concerned about the non-conforming. That's not a way of considering better planning in this area. So my recommendation on behalf of the partners is, we think there are certain areas that should be considered for different zoning classifications than what they are. And there are certain areas that there should be reflection, not on an increase in density. This was an increase in density, unit count. I don't think that was apparent to anyone, but a better way of thinking. And we're ready to try to find a path together to find better planning in the area. Thank you. And you don't need to applaud, by the way.
Can I ask a question? Is that part of the process?
No. At this point.
Can I, no. Can I ask questions to Mark? Is that okay?
Well, with Mark now, or would we go through the rest, because I have questions as well?
I don't want to substitute this for a planning commission meeting. The planning commission has done their job, so let's be careful here. This is the audience's meeting. So are there any other comments that anybody would like to make? Please. Just keep track of your question.
John Grierson, 109 Bobcat. It is refreshing, actually, to see the developer up here concerned a little bit and wanting to engage the community. And I applaud that, especially with Mark. He's now reached out and wants to have meetings, which I think is in the spirit of what we're doing. I think the non-conforming issues of all the buildings that have been built and are existing, one issue. The bigger issue is the pieces that haven't been developed yet and the classifications and the things we're doing there. I think it's very important for everyone to understand too, just because something gets approved for higher density, it may not be able to be built. And I think until you do a by right plan of what that means, you don't know what you actually get. So in some references to, higher density, again, try to build the buildings with the lower heights, with all the setbacks, and you'll see what density you can actually achieve. And it may not be what is perceived. So I think you'll let the process follow out. But I will say in 5 years that I've been here, it really is the first time I felt that it's not the community up here arguing for something they feel they may have lost out on or feel like they're being cheated on, but it's finally the developer up here, which means I think that's a great balance. I think a lot of thoughts going into this. I commend the Planning Commission. I also, I really commend the developer for stepping up, and saying we've got to talk about this to get to the best solution. And there is one in there. There's a win-win for everybody in this, but it takes a lot of time sitting down and talking about that. And so look forward to the process going forward. Thank you.
Other comments?
Joan Hograve, 77 Peppervine Inlet Cove. As I was listening to Mark, I had a question because he says we're making it higher density, but yet when I look at the current standards versus the new standards that are proposed, I see different development units numbers for each building. So to me, I don't understand, and maybe it's me that I don't understand, but I see a lower number for the number of units per building versus what is in the current. I'm not saying that's for everyone, but for a lot of the issues he was bringing up. The other thing is, I do support what the Planning Commission came up with. I've attended meetings, whether presently through Zoom or here, and I think they've really listened to the community, and I think that's important. And I take what you said, that it is really interesting that today it's the developer coming to try to get something different than what's being recommended. And I truly appreciate that the Planning Committee was listening to the community. Thank you.
John Grierson again, 109 Bobcat. I do have one other thing, and it's developers are very sophisticated. They hire the best people, as obviously Mark is here representing the developer. And they have a lot of resources, and there's legal ways to go, and there's other ways to go. There's engineers to go, and that's their job to do. The one piece in all of this that we don't talk about anymore is Captain Sam Spit. That is a very high valued unit, and it was valued very high at one point with 40 or 50 homes on the ocean. That stopped. It's been in court for many years. The community finally kind of got it done again. But I just want to make sure, as the Planning Commission, everybody looks at this, that there's nothing that happens that changes any of the zoning ability to bring that piece back, that there's any way that zoning changes that allows a road to get there. And I throw that out because that is such a high-valued piece that when you do all this rezoning stuff, just make sure that nobody loses sight of that piece and that it's a protected space now. And we've done a very good job to do it, that in no way does that become one of those, oops, how did that happen? So just something to think about. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're running them all together. Yes, sir. You bet.
Larry Rutkowski, 232 Sparrowhawk. Gratuitous at this point, but I also applaud the Planning Commission action. I attended the workshops or streamed them, and so I know how much work went into it. But my comment right now is just a very specific one that I don't want to get lost in some of these bigger issues because it is separately listed as an item here. Namely, I believe it's 3D, the ordinance that would rescind existing ordinance 213-14 to remove the ARDA from the zoning code. I say that's a must. Hopefully, it's a no-brainer. All it does now is add to confusion, and there's no reason in agreement that is sunsetting should, as some have argued, be grandfathered into perpetual existence by its annexation to the zoning code. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Snowden, 39 Sunlit Bend in Inlet Cove. First, I don't envy your job. You are hearing very clearly, I might say unanimously, from the community of what we want, what we need, what we expect from you as our elected officials, yet you've got a developer who's making their own set of compelling issues. It comes down to trust, doesn't it? And we are trusting that you can follow your Planning Commission's very well thought out recommendations, that you can read between the lines. Some of us are not as sophisticated as others of understanding all the legalities of these decisions and recommendations, but I think it's pretty clear what we want is for there to be respect for the habitat, for the land, for flooding, for density, for traffic, for safety, blah, 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 blah. I find myself baffled every time I hear this conversation about non-conforming and non-compliance as the fundamental issue, because I have to wonder, what are we non-conforming and non-compliant to? And don't we get to decide what those standards are and then hold ourselves accountable to those? To think that we're being held to something that was put in place decades ago, before the world changed, before we had climate change, before we had the monstrosity that is the Cape. Just, I don't understand that. One other word for nonconformance is a call for change, a call for action, a need for things to be different. And so I would ask that you make sure that we are using a standard that's relevant for today and the future, and that we are thinking in terms of the communities that are along Beach Walker, not the communities that don't yet exist as the standard against which we should be comparing ourselves. Thank you.
There were some other. Sure, just, we'll go around a second time, but let's give everybody a first time.
Hi, I'm Chris Booth, 27 Sunlit Bend in Inlet Cove. I listened to the Planning Commission meeting on October 19th, but I wasn't there. and I've been sitting listening to this meeting, and I'm worried that I think there are some misconceptions, or I have one. I might be confused about something. So a lot of people have come up and praised the Planning Commission and said, isn't it great that they've done this thing that's going to be helpful to our community? And I'm worried that it might not be, and my reason is, and this is my question, if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 site plans currently before the council. I also assume that those site plans, if the council chose to, could be approved before December 4th. If they are, then I also think that those developments will proceed according to the development agreement and not according to what the Planning Commission has recommended. Am I right about that? Okay.
Partially.
So if that's correct, then we have to think about whether the board is going to go ahead and approve those site plans, or is the board going to decide that it's appropriate to wait and let the time run out so that any development on these parcels proceeds under the new Planning Commission recommendations? So I don't know that everybody has put quite a fine point on that. I think it's important. Now, there's another sort of problem lurking here, and here I'm going to agree with our developer. The actual number of units that could be built on, I'll take for an example, parcel 11, will increase, and therefore the density will increase under what the Planning Commission is recommending compared to what the developer is currently allowed to do. I'm not sure everybody here actually gets that. And the reason why it's true has to do with how many units can be developed per acre of land. And that number, which is in the Planning Commission recommendation, yields a higher number of units for Lot 11 than is currently allowed under the development agreement. So it's true, though, that the buildings would have to be lower, there would have to be more buildings. Maybe it wouldn't be possible to site all those buildings and keep the setbacks correct. So it's conceivable that the Planning Commission rule would actually be better in terms of density once you get down to the brass tacks of where the buildings go and so forth. Maybe it wouldn't be possible, but as far as the absolute allowance is concerned, more units are allowed under the Planning Commission recommendation than are allowed under the development agreement. So I just think we need to all be sure that we're clear on the facts, but most importantly, that we're all clear on the fact that right now, everything about the dense developments being proposed on Beachwalker is going to go ahead under the development agreement if the board simply approves the site plans, which I understand they're perfectly entitled to do if they want to. So what we ought to be here saying is, board, please don't approve the site plans. Let's let this process play out with a little bit more time. And if and when we get to the point where we're approving some site plans, let's let the site plans be approved pursuant to what the Planning Commission has recommended. But I agree with the developer that what we really need is more dialogue to see if we can't come to a win-win about numbers of buildings, heights of buildings, number of units per building, so that we aren't accidentally trapping ourselves in something that's actually worse than what we have now. That's all. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just do one correction? This is for the record, just for her purposes. The site plan review process is not approved by council, it's approved by staff.
So the council can't even interfere with the ability of the site plan to be approved?
Based on how the ordinance is written, site plans typically are not approved at council levels, they're approved at staff level, or some communities may have it go to the Planning Commission, but our ordinance is approved at staff level.
For that, in other words, is there anything that can be done to delay that, or is it going to happen?
You fire the staff.
I mean, that is the question. I think it's a reasonable question for homeowners to ask. Does anybody know the answer?
It's an appropriate question. I'm doing what I asked these fellows not to do, I'm talking. It's an appropriate question. At the last council meeting, there was a lot of discussion relative to an additional set of eyes, additional review process. And we took that seriously, and we've authorized that. So we do have, I don't remember the name of the firm.
So the planning manager, the planning director, John Taylor, has asked, he asked me and I asked the mayor to have another set of eyes looking at it, an engineering firm. So we have Weston and Sampson is also looking at the plans.
And I think at the last meeting, I referenced a letter that we had received, I had received from an attorney that was representing the group. That was really one of the recommended firms that they had. So we went ahead and did that. So that isn't, I do not want to say that that's slowing the process, but we heard what the concerns were. John heard what the concerns were, and as Stephanie said. So we're proceeding with that. But yes, it is intended that the site plan review process is well underway and has been underway.
And generally speaking, would that process result in approval of those site plans before December 4th?
Yes, could.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not clear that people here really get that, that's all.
It's been referenced.
I get it.
It's been referenced many.
All that means then is that these recommendations for density and for zoning kind of don't really mean anything, at least as far as Beach Walker is concerned. And I guess I just wondered whether, as a group, there isn't some way to slow down the approval of the site plans. Maybe there isn't.
It's been referenced, I don't mean to, but many times over the past year. And the developer proceeded with a preliminary plat review, a long time ago. And this is just all part of the process that they initiated when they got preliminary plat, and the next step would be site plan. So this has been underway for the most part, most of 2023. And this is where we're at right now. It is nearing the end.
And with the exception that the site plan for Upper Beach Walker only includes parcel 11 and the church parcel. We don't have anything in for parcel 8, 9, and 10.
The next parcel next to it.
And we have a site plan review for the Lower Beach Walker, correct?
So I don't know what this is.
Well, we don't know that. Well, we don't know if it's going to be approved. And
Let me clarify one thing. It's approval, but it's that the site plan application is deemed complete. So in other words, if you make your application and you I don't make it sound trite, check the boxes. You've done everything, they being the applicant, the developer, as homeowner, you've gone through and everything that you're applying for when you're going for site plan, it's all deemed complete. That's what happens. It is deemed complete. So it's not a matter, it's an approval, but you're deeming the fact that what the applicant is requesting in terms of building something, in this case, it's a development or a house or whatever, it's deemed complete. There is no, well, that's what we don't know. There are going to be conditions. And if the conditions are interactive, I'm talking too much, interactive time with the developer and and you're supposed to do this and I want to do that and you're supposed to do, and that process takes place, then the application is deemed complete. I'm sorry, I'm talking. Next, you had a question,
Mr.
sir?
Mayor, I want to, risk of
Still the audience. Come
Clear-
on up. I know I talked and I'd asked you
well,
not to.
it's not correct that it's deemed complete. There is an approval process, but just checking boxes does not mean, as a legal matter, that the approval is, it is deemed complete. That's just not correct.
How would you describe it?
The planning director has the authority. Question as to whether or not planning commission should also be involved, given it's involved in a preliminary, it's a subdivision process. But the planning director has the authority to approve. He can approve, he can deny, he can approve or approve with conditions. Obviously, to approve, there have to be a number of requirements that have to be met, technical and legal. I think there are a number of issues that have been raised by the three HOAs with regard to whether or not all the technical requirements have been met. There are also issues with regard to restrictive covenants applicable to those properties under state law, and I believe the HOAs have noticed the planning director of the existence of those restrictive covenants. Those are the site plans cannot be improved unless those restrictive covenants are released or otherwise approved by a court. So there's a whole series of things that still need to line up. So there's just no concept of deemed complete under the town's ordinance and state law.
I stand corrected. I called them boxes, deemed complete, approved, whatever. You get the picture.
Lance Spencer again, 40 Sun. I'm actually glad this conversation happened before I came up, and thank you, Chris, for bringing this up to everybody's attention. You know, I think that there needs to be consideration of what the Planning Commission and community's intent is. And part of what I think is absent from the process going on by staff right now is what I referenced in my prior comments, which is what are the second and third order effects to adjacent communities, and what are the impacts to the infrastructure that the town is ultimately responsible for, plus maybe KICA. And so focusing purely on a site plan is not an informed decision. So it seems that a responsible decision can't be done in the 6 weeks left, especially when the engineering firm has just been hired. Our properties haven't been looked at, the impacts of stormwater runoff and everything else. It's an opinion, but it seems like the clock's run out and somebody's trying to get something under the wire. And it seems the intent of the Planning Commission, and depending on your vote and decision, has been expressed. And to push something through that's not ready to be pushed through yet really shouldn't happen in good faith to the community. I would ask that if the developer has true good faith, pull back that site plan. And then let's do it after the zoning's done so that all these other things can be done.
Larry?
Larry, please, go. We have people. Such a simple question. No, but we have people remote, so they want to hear you.
I heard Mr. Pamar say that the church parcel was not part of the ARDA. And then I just heard Ms. Tillerson say a site plan was in process involving the church parcel and another property that is subject to the
11.
ARDA. Could somebody explain that to me?
So the current site plan is under review by the planning director. For the church parcel, we will look at our zoning ordinance. And then for the church parcel will be ARDA. So we're looking at two separate documents when we review those parcels.
And the approval process that we were referencing before, of course, goes by the entitlements for each of these properties, independent if they are part of the ARDA or not.
The current site plan does satisfy that. The developer has carefully made sure that the buildings on the church parcel conform to the town's underlying zoning.
That's the opinion. That's the opinion of the developer. So let's wait. No. I'm just saying this is the opinion of the developer. I think it's up to John Taylor to determine if this is right or wrong.
Please, other comments?
Yes, and typically, yes.
Because there have been prior decisions, as Stephanie tried to, or the mayor tried to elaborate, that we had already prior times where the Planning Commission was involved. So it's not the entire process being a one-person decision, but there have been preliminary decisions made by the Planning Commission last year, for example.
Lisa Snowden again. Admittedly, math is not my strong point, but could somebody please explain to me how the current standards, using parcel 11 as an example, are less dense than the Planning Commission's recommendation?
Mark,
John, one of you.
So in regards to parcel 11, current development agreement allows 60 units as the entitled number of units for that particular parcel. The acreage within our zoning code would allow the density based on 12 dwelling units per acre in the R3 category. And that particular parcel is greater than a little less than 5.7 or so. So you do the math there, that gets you greater than the 60 units that's listed exclusively in the Exhibit 13.2 within the development agreement. So that's the short math there, that we have a document that gives it the number of units based on the development agreement versus what would just be developed within our zoning code based on the acreage.
Did that?
It's all in the ordinances. But what John has maybe not explained correctly is that that's a technicality. So then what really comes into play are setbacks, are other requirements for the fire department, et cetera, that can very well reduce the number of units that are buildable.
Sure.
If I may add to John's explanation, there's an exhibit in the existing development agreement, 13.2, and it spells out all of the standards of density and building height and a variety of other things for each of the parcels. And to supplement what John's saying, parcel 11 is 5.94 acres in size. In this document, there is an R3 category, but on that specific parcel, it limits it, as John said, to only 10 units per acre. So when you do the math, you get 60, essentially. The proposal from the Planning Commission is R3, but the R3 that is the base zoning district in the ordinance, not the development agreement, is 12 units per acre. So it's 2 more units per acre times essentially 6 acres. That's where you get 12 more technical units. Now, there are a variety of people in the room here that would quickly say, well, that's technically possible, but that's not probable. I don't disagree with that. My comment was simply that the Planning Commission recommended a specific action on a specific parcel that technically increased density allowance. In a similar manner, parcel 8, 0 units were permitted, 0. The proposal is the R2 category, which is 6 units per acre, times the parcel, which is 1.2 acres, so that's where you get 7 units. 7 plus 12 is the 19 that I think I referred to. My only point there isn't, my only point was to refer to, I don't think that was considered during the discussion. That's the only point I was making. I wasn't saying we're going to do 12 more units, or I'm not saying that at all, okay?
Any other comments? Just ma'am.
John Gerson again. And again, it's rare that I have ever been, even as a developer, trying to convince you that we don't need more density. That is absolutely counterintuitive, but it begs the question why. And we've got to peel that back, and the technical aspect is, I don't know if you can or you can't, but you build a by-right plan and you lay it out and you see what's happening. As for the comments about the approval from John Taylor and his group, there has been a set of community homeowners that have met with Stephanie and John, reviewed the package that was submitted. It was horribly incomplete at the time. They were still waiting on stuff, especially I think the church parcel where there were 4 buildings being built or anything to have to do with those. So we've been waiting to see what the complete package is. I think Brad alluded to. Don't know that it complies with anything yet, making sure there's no variances, all the things that go into that to see if it was done properly or not. And then to what authority John has to grant variances or interpretations of what exists there. We don't know that because it isn't complete yet. It's still in phase. We don't know, other than for the last month, it's very close. So there is no visibility into any process that's in there other than the staff has it. They're talking about it. I did submit a FOIA request, which I believe under the state, you need 30 days. They're supposed to respond to it. Today's the 33rd day, and I believe it's with our attorney here, but haven't gotten it back, paid $759 for that. So again, this is the group that we're entrusting to help make decisions, and yet when you go back to who do you trust, I don't know. But I do think you have to go through the process. And the last piece about this is, as hard as they're going to get this by right plan to vest their rights, which they should do, they're going through that process. Behind the scenes, there's this talk about plan development. And that's really taking these parcels, smushing them together, and coming up with a plan that's probably much more suitable than anything you can build on these. I mean, the church parcel is a crazy piece of property to even try to build on. But when you put it all together, you get a kind of an open map and say, what can we do? And we'll equate it to what happened with Fresh Fields and the resort partners to look at this big piece and say, let's, after all this discussion, we're arriving on something that's much better than what it started with. And I think that's, hopefully where eventually we get to, so that, it's going to get developed, but let's do it in a way that's a win-win. And I'd say the win for the developer generally is money. What can they sell? What can they make the most money on? And really the most profitable thing on the island today is golf club memberships. And they have the right to sell those on each one of the units they have there. And, there's a lot of factors that go into how to make that money on that property. So again, I think as the process plays out, it's really going to come back to this plan development discussion potentially, or they have these 5 pieces that have hodgepodge all over them, and I think the commission's trying to say, let's make it more unified in how we do that. So again, I've never seen a developer question more density. They usually want more density, so just be careful.
Maura McIlvain, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. The history that some people are not familiar with rolls back into last year. Sometime in the summer, there came to be a revelation at the town that the 2013 amended and restated development agreement might not actually then be in effect. And they looked at the amendments they had done and they realized that may not have cured anything. So there was a scurry of activity about what do they do about the fact that they were then proceeding under an amended and restated development agreement that may not be operative. Come forward to October, and the initial subdivision plan for Beachwalker was presented to the Planning Commission, still at a time when there was a question about whether there was a development agreement actually in place. So the plan is presented to the Planning Commission under the ARDA, under the development agreement, even though there was a huge question, which I'm confident personally that both the partners and the town knew, that there was a huge question about whether there was a development agreement then in place. I don't believe the Planning Commission knew it. I've had conversations with some of the Planning Commission members who were members last October. They certainly didn't know there was a question. So they went forward and approved the subdivision, the preliminary subdivision plan. Then in November, there was a meeting of council to amend the amended and restated development agreement to fix it. So then it was operative again. I have raised several times and never gotten an answer what the legal effect was for any action taken before the November amendment. Specifically, was the approval by the Planning Commission, which I'm sure was done by the commissioners in good faith, is that really legal? And if that's the predicate for the plan that's now being reviewed, the site plan, it's curious.
Yes, ma'am.
Linda Leffler, 60 Sunlit Bend. I just did want to address something that Mark brought up. I believe it's parcel 9 that it's been commercial forever. I could care less how long it's been commercial. We don't feel that commercial should be in that area, particularly with an established gas station there, yes, the general store, which gets used a lot. You add another commercial entity to there, and again, coming out to Beach Walker Drive, where it's just a horrible intersection there, getting in and out. So we do not feel there should be any commercial there. Thank you.
Anything else? Any other comments? Okay. This was very helpful, very important, and I thank all of you. And it's wonderful to hear the support that's given to the Planning Commission. Highlight in parentheses, volunteers. You know, they're like, we didn't make a living doing this stuff. That took the time and effort to have the meetings, the sessions, et cetera. And to John, he tries very, very hard to do the right thing in terms of representing all of you. I heard a lot in terms of all of the suggestions, the ideas, started checking boxes. I would like to suggest that we remand.
Would you like to get a motion to close the public hearing?
Could I have a motion to close public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Okay. I would like to suggest that we remand this back to the Planning Commission. We are not the Planning Commission. That's what these folks have been doing and doing it so well for such a long time. The way the sequence would go, if it would go back, Andy's here, but Bill isn't, so I don't know. I can only suggest or only request that it go back to the Planning Commission. Hopefully they will accept that or respond to that or react to that. And then they can do as they see, whether there's hearings or meetings or what have you. But the next time this was supposed to come up was the first week in November for a first reading. And that at that point, we would be, if you noticed, what you don't see in this document are actual ordinances themselves. So the ordinances are really, other than the last one, the ordinances would be written based upon the final result. So that was not an omission, that was intentional, that the actual ordinances are not there. So if we're ready, November 9th or whatever, we'll be ready. But if not, well, we'll have to see. But that would be the next step, based upon the final recommendation from the Planning Commission to come forward to the council
I would
for its
disagree.
first reading.
Mr. Mayor, I would really disagree here. We have a planning commission, as you said yourself, that has put in a tremendous amount of time in preparing this. Specifically 4 members of the planning commission that I'm really, I really want to thank in particular, because we are saying the planning commission, and we all should know that this was not a unified vote. We have 4 members that have put hours of hours into this, looking at all of the different aspects, working with John and proposing something that seems to be the right thing to do. And those were Ron Curran, Madeline Kay, Joanne Hennessy, and Luke Farrell. Those 4 people, they're all volunteers. They have spent hours, days on this, not only sitting in meetings, but preparing, reading, and proposing, having discussions with Joe Wilsons, et cetera. So I think that's what we really need to acknowledge. But back to the fact where I disagree, we have a 4-3 vote of recommendation for these zoning changes. That's in front of the Ways and Means, or actually the town council, that we cannot just send back. That's on our table, and so this is on our table. As a town council, we cannot just push it back to the planning commission, hoping that they would take it on and come back with a different recommendation. Because honestly, what I have heard here today at least for me, speaking for myself, I don't see any reason to make a change to the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Hi, Michael. Then I stand corrected. We are not making a decision today. In either case, we weren't planning on making a decision. I leave that up to the Planning Commission. If they wish to take a look at this based upon what they've heard or what they're seeing or what the discussion is, that's fine. If they don't, that's fine. Then we'll address this the first week in November. So I'm not commanding it. I was just remanding. I heard enough that I thought they would want to take a look at it.
Was
If
that
they feel
all of
as
the
though
parcels or
they
some?
don't, then they don't.
Was that all of the parcels or some that you wanted them to take a look at?
Well, it seemed to center around 8, 9, and 10, but I leave that up to them. I was certainly not trying to imply that they didn't spend hours looking at this. They have. But we have too. Then why do we have public hearings? We had public hearings, so we heard. So,
And I know this is something just for the record, because I know, I don't want any other commissioners to hear that. So they took individual votes, but there were unanimous votes on a lot of the parcels. It wasn't a straight 4-3 vote. And I know you said that, and I know some of the commissioners may not like to hear that.
did you all hear that?
But the fact is, I want to follow up on Councilmember Heidensfelder's comments. They did actually discuss all these issues. They made a very considered decision, understanding what some of the trade-offs were, including issues related to non-conforming uses. Non-conforming uses exist all the time. In fact, Mr. Permar noted that a lot of non-conforming uses have gone back 20 or 30 years. Sometimes those are intentional. Now, in our code, we actually allow for grandfathering, so the rights of the parties are protected as a result of those non-conforming uses. That's part of our town's ordinances. But we have a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and it's incumbent upon the council to act upon that recommendation. The other thing I would note, and I'm pretty distressed about this, is that there was a commitment that we were going to have first reading on this meeting at this date for the rescission of 2013-14, or at least removing the ARDA as an appendix from the zoning code. That was a commitment I've been pressing a number of times in the past, and yet I get an email on Friday that said, we decided to move that to the next meeting. I don't know who the we is. I don't know what basis. But there was a commitment to have a first reading on the rescission of 2013-14 today. That's not happening. I don't know if that's going to be remanded back to the Planning Commission or not. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why that's happening. Been pressing that for a long time. We get a lot of staff agenda items that rise to the top of the agenda and get acted on, things that the council members want to move on. That's one of them. I've been pressing for a long time, keeps getting pushed back and pushed back. I trust it won't happen again, and it will be able to, at the next meeting, move forward on the Planning Commission's recommendations, which include all the items that we're discussing today in the public hearing.
And just for clarification, Brad, the Planning Commission made an explicit recommendation decision. I think that was even anonymous, right? Anonymous, I'm sorry. I was born outside of this country, so I'm still trying hard, I know, but I'm failing. But anyway, so that was also a clear decision by the Planning Commission to move the cancellation of Ordinance 2013-14 to the Town Council. Is that correct, Madeleine? That's correct. So, just to clarify. Okay.
all right.
I just have one further comment that I would like to make. It's really actually a comment and/or question directed to you, Mark. Everybody in this room on the island realizes there's a major traffic problem on Beachwalker. You've even made reference to it. Even if the proposed zoning is passed and approved, the traffic is still going to get worse than what it is now. And this is just a comment. I heard from you something that I really liked a lot, is to meet with the residents and meet with the Planning Commission in order to come to a joint resolution of what to build. I would like to add to that a resolution to the traffic and a resolution of the parking disaster that's going to be at the Cape and the Timbers. That has to happen. And the thing that really worries me is we're all talking about zoning changes, but the parking problem is not being addressed. And I think that has to be done.
And I want to make another comment to Mark, and not to you personally. It goes to your bosses. If I followed your very detailed and kind, explanation of all the changes that were proposed, I think there are three categories. There's one category like parcel 41, 16, et cetera, where you agree, where the partners agree with the recommendation. There's a second category of parcels where you have voiced concerns like the Cape and I think the Timbers, where we have non-conforming, which I digged around a little bit, is yes, a legal concern, but it's something that happens all the time. It's nothing to worry about. Not a financial institution worries about if you are trying to finance a home that is non-conforming. Your insurance company would never even ask the question. The title company wouldn't even ask that question. I just purchased a house and asked the title company, are you concerned about this? Hell no. So to the second category, the main thing, and I really want to say this to the partners here, when we talk about parcel 8, 9, church 10, church, and 11, we have been we as a council have been trying to engage in conversations about the future of these parcels. We made a multitude of different proposals. We were trying to convey the intention or the wishes of the community to the partners. We would not be standing here today debating 8, 9, 10, 11, and church if the partners would have engaged more in our conversations and would have made a clearer decision how they want to handle these parcels instead of always trying to avoid the final decision, saying we are going on two different paths, we are going the regular, and then we'll see what happens with the planned development. If the partners would have had the guts to understand what the community wants and what we are trying to accomplish as a council, we would not be standing here debating if this or that is the right zoning. We would have a concept on the table that I believe the community would be supporting, and we would have less of these discussions here today.
Motion. I'd like to move that we amend the agenda to add first reading of ordinance 2023, which is the rescission of the ARDA. It's found in tab 2 to the agenda.
I have checked, but I think on FOIA, for only emergency purposes, can you amend the agenda?
Not emergency,
possibly?
we can do it with 2/3 vote.
I have to check, I wasn't aware of that.
But the problem, Brad, is that as much as I agree, because this needs to go, but we don't have, I don't have the supporting documents that are even outlined in the proposed ordinance or referenced in the proposed ordinance, because there's a zoning map attached, which is not. There are setback standards attached, which are not. So I don't think that we are really prepared for doing this move, but I would clearly hope that we have that on the agenda on November 7th. And if it requires, I'm sure that, at least a majority of council is happy to meet the following week for the second reading.
Yes, and that's what I had for Mr. Belt, that'll be on
I
November 7th.
withdraw my motion. I'll make a second motion to amend the agenda to accept to move to first reading of the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Now,
Yes.
today.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, what was the motion? Because we need to, just for the
amend
record.
Could you repeat your motion, please? Brian?
To amend the agenda in order to move to be able to add first reading of the Planning Commission's recommendations the agenda.
Okay, we don't have any ordinance for you guys, but, okay.
Have the ordinance for 2023-33.
But you don't have an ordinance for 2021 or
we don't-
23.
We don't have 20, 21, and 22, actually.
Yeah, and 22, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And we have an incomplete 23, so
Okay.
that's what I was saying
yeah,
earlier. I wish you,
I withdraw.
but we have to wait, but I would hope that we use November 7th to speedy go through this and probably even find a special call meeting to complete that before
Yeah.
December 3rd.
So as I explained to Mr. Belt, that it will be on the November 7th meeting for first reading, and then on November 14th, I said you guys can have a second and final reading on November 14th, if all is present.
I think that would work too.
Is there a reason why we can't do it next week? Because that means the second reading would be,
On November 14th.
no,
No, it
the
could be on the
first
7th.
reading will be November 14th.
I'm
No,
sorry, say
7th.
that again?
Oh, the second will be the 14th.
Yes, the first will be November 7th, and the second will be November 14th.
All right, the question I was going to ask, is there a reason why we can't have a special meeting next week in order to have the second reading on the 7th of November?
To be 2 weeks in between, right?
There's no reason, so far, I look at the schedule, and staff will have to, we would just have to get the ordinances together, but if all of council is available, then we can proceed, but again, I have, at least have a majority.
Do you
understand.
realize we're sitting here in front of our neighbors who have just said, be careful, be prudent, be deliberate, be thoughtful, do the right thing? And here we are rushing around like, I don't understand it. There was a schedule. It was a published schedule. We're following the schedule. I'm not doing anything different than what we had published that we said we were going to do. Do I get emails saying change what you publish? Of course. But just because we get an email, we published a schedule that said what we're going to do. We're going to have the first reading in November. Yes, sir.
Greg Darris from 100 Inlet. I thought I heard one of the council members say that the attempts to get this read previously have been delayed and delayed and delayed. That's what I thought I heard.
Oh, you
I
hear a
apologize
lot.
if I misheard it. But what is trying to be proposed now is something that you've heard the entire community say, we are in support of it. We are in support of what the Planning Commission has said. And what we're in support of is that, what they have proposed, being applicable to all the properties that are being talked about now, not letting us be in a situation of limbo where somebody, unclear to me who, could go ahead and approve these site plans. We want that to stop. We want whatever happens there to be in conformance with what we have all said is a great work by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
But sir, they're two separate issues. They're two separate issues.
They're not.
They are.
They're 100% intertwined. That's the whole point of this and us being in support of the Planning Commission. They have done the thoughtful thing, and we support it.
The Planning Commission has been responding to the fact that the development agreement expires in December. Period. The
Period.
site plan approval was part of a preliminary plat that started a long time ago.
Then let it expire. That's the whole point. Let it expire and let the developer live with whatever happens as a community, including the developer. I'm not saying exclude them from this. Let them come forward with something that they work out with the community, or let it expire, or approve the ordinance that is in front of this council today for debate.
And Michael and I stood up here and tried to explain. We had podcasts. We published in terms of what the plan developments, what we thought was going to be a better plan. We must have done that in June. Anyway. All right. Losing control of the meeting. So we're out of public hearing, and I don't know what to do with the planning, or suggest to the planning commission. Some do, some don't want it to go back to the planning commission. I leave that up to them.
Well, it wouldn't really necessarily be up to the planning commission, so what you're asking council to consider was to send to the planning commission the discussion for parcel 8, 9, and 10, and then everything else moves forward. The other council is saying, no, they feel like they want to go ahead and press forward and not remand anything back to the planning commission. Is that what I understand?
I heard from a man that I have a great deal of respect for, that he didn't have the opportunity to explain to the
Right.
planning commission the implications of 8, 9, and 10. Okay. Okay, well, enough. So Mark, no one got it. Okay, so that's that. If everybody feels as though that he did, I'll leave it up to them. Leave it up to them. I wasn't there. Leave it up to them. Okay, so we'll deal with this in November in terms of a first reading.
That's correct. Yes.
Citizen comments. Yes, ma'am.
Maura McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. So now moving to the agenda of business recommended by the Ways and Means Committee up to council for today. I wanted to address the amended contract for Mr. Wilson, town attorney. And I'll repeat some of the comments I made at Ways and Means. The agreement that's before council for consideration today is very different from his prior agreements. And the area I focused on are something called core duties. It provides, in large part, that his duties are determined by the mayor and/or a majority of the council, not by the entire council, not by his client, town council. In other words, the mayor, as one member of a five-body entity, can give him direction and give him instruction and supervision. I have concerns. The state statutes, 5-7-160, give the powers of the municipality to council as a body, not to the mayor, not to a single member of council. The town ordinances, 2-202, similarly vests the power in council. Makes it very clear. 2-204 has the duties and responsibilities of the mayor, and it provides the following for the mayor's responsibilities: preside over meetings and call special meetings, designate a temporary judge, act as chief administrative officer, appoint and remove employees. Mr. Wilson's not an employee, he's an independent contractor. Supervise departments, act and vote as a single member of a five-member council, ensure faithful execution of the laws. Remember, I just cited U.S. state statute that we might want to make sure we conform with. Prepare and submit budgets, make annual financial reports, and report to council on the operation of departments. I am not seeing in the list in that ordinance that the mayor has the authority or responsibility to supervise town attorney. Then I go to his emergency powers under 2-208. You'll be happy to know that the mayor, if we have a nuclear attack, does have certain powers, but this is not a nuclear attack. There's nothing in the emergency powers relating to the attorney. And then you look at 2-504, which actually describes what the town attorney's responsibilities are. So, this agreement, from my reading of the ordinances and the state statutes, does not comport with the law. So I encourage council not to approve it. Thank you.
Pratt McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. It's disappointing that the mayor is not here. I guess he doesn't really want to hear what we have to say. It is disappointing that he's not here. I'll repeat a little bit of what I said before at the Ways and Means. As I read the statute too, this contract has to be competitively bid. It was not. We've heard comments about how much the town is spending on lawyers. Why don't we actually bid it out so that we can make sure that we get the best price and the best service for our lawyers, from our law firms that we hire? Why did we not do that? Still haven't had an answer on that one. All I've heard is, well, we think it may be a good price, but we haven't heard that we ever bid it out, and we weren't going to bid, and it hasn't been bid out. Plus we've also had to hire a second law firm many times. And I know, Councilman Berner, you explained why you said because there was disagreement on council about whether some of the advice that they were getting was correct. Well, is that a good thing? I don't think that's a good thing. You should be trusting your counsel to give you the advice that you have, that it's good. That's a red flag. So why are we still using the same lawyer where there's questions? So I don't know why it wasn't bid out. I don't know why there wasn't an RFP. It seems like it should have been something that would have been pretty simple to do.
Lance Spencer, 40 Sunlight Bend. I know we just had back-to-back meetings with a lot of the same players, but because of process and public record and all that, I'll restate my comments from earlier. And I'll just say that I have a strong background in procurement and ethics. It's federal government. It's not South Carolina. It's not Q Island, but the general principles still apply. And I also agree that I have not done the interpretation of the law, but it's in the public interest to do full and open competitions for services. I was concerned also in the Ways and Means Committee earlier that it seemed like there was entanglement between fair labor laws, which I'm not an expert in, but as a layman, it seemed very confusing to me that fair labor laws for a staff employee versus what a contract for services is being done. We're being confused and entangled, which causes some concern. I think my bottom line concern is that as a citizen in the public interest, it seems like any services that the town compete have a framework for full and open competition and requirements stated in an RFP. Bidders bid on it. There was question in the Ways and Means about what market data is. My experience on both sides of being a supplier and a procurer is that's how you get that market data. So you also understand what the market is for services that the town may need. So my encouragement is that this be conducted under a framework. I know one other question that came up in Ways and Means was, for every contract, you can't transactionally bring it through the committee and potentially council. But if you set up a framework for that, starting with this contract, then I think that best serves the public interest. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you allow me to make a clarification? So for the first two speakers, this is when we bidded out the work for town council in 2019. We had 6 or 7 bids. The prior council at the time in 2019 selected Joe Wilson as our town council. First comment. Second comment, we are debating here a contract that originally was intended to do nothing else than changing a flat rate to an hourly rate. That was it. Because of Joe's request that he was, short-handed, so to speak, with all the work that was put in front of him by town council, by the community, by Preserve Kiowa, and everybody else. So he was working far more than he was getting paid for. So he had the request, which is in the contract as being okay to do so mid-term of the year, to ask, can we please change the financial conditions? That was it. That was his only request. From there onwards, we had a multitude of intentions, and I'm including here myself and Russ and Brad and everybody, also in the community. So say, oh, well, if we are changing, why are we not changing this? Why are we not changing here? We have a concern here, we have a concern there. So out of a regular, simple change of contract for somebody who was selected out of a bidding process, I know 4 years ago, Maura, I understand that, but there was something in between 19 and today. Remind me, what was that again? But we, the councils at the time, approved year over year that Mr. Wilson will continue his work. So we now have two choices. 3 choices, probably. We can stop here and go back to an RFQ process. Okay, very expensive, very timely. Second, we can go back to the original contract and only change the compensation term, nothing else, from a yearly fee or a monthly fee, I apologize, to an hourly fee. Third option, we can do what we are trying to do here, and Joe was very cooperative in this, make some improvements to the contract to clarify how we are governing the input from the town council. So I would like to put that forward to my colleagues. Please let us choose one of the 3.
Just a clarification, Councilmember Heidingsfelder. The proposal that came to the council with regard to the contract, just to set the record straight on this, that included the proposed change in the form of compensation, did not just at that time just change the form of compensation. It included a number of other changes as well, including making the contract of indefinite duration. So just to clarify.
Didn't say the contract, I say what Joe requested.
Okay, but
what Joe requested
that's not what was
back at the time, my information, and Joe, please, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told the only thing that Joe came back with, can we please change the compensation so that I'm really compensated for the hours that I spent.
And that may be, but however, that morphed into something else. Just to, a lot of people have focused on the RFP process.
Let's just pause here for a second. This is still citizen comments. I'm sorry, my bladder is
Mr.
else have anything to say?
Michael got a chance to respond, so I'd like to respond as well. The issue with the RFP is there was an agreement when this council appointed, after the prior council had entered into the contract, there was an agreement earlier in the year that we would go out with an RFP before the end of the year. That hasn't happened. But apart from that, whether or not we went out with an RFP in 2019 or should do so now, my principal concern with where we are, given the cost that we've been incurring, which are not insubstantial, is whether or not we should be giving consideration rather than hiring 3 different law firms and we're going to spend, in excess of $200,000-$300,000 a year on legal fees is high, and we're getting just a quarter or a third of the time of Joe and whatever from the others, is we should be considering whether or not it's appropriate to hire a full-time attorney, just like other cities have, Charleston City, Charleston County, so we have a legal officer who's available to us full-time. And then we don't have these issues with regard to the clock ticking and billing rates because they are an employee and they are here full-time, they're always available to us. That's my principal concern with regard to the process.
Any other citizen comments? Okay, new business. Let me put the can. John isn't here. Could I have a motion to approve the recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee to amend the town attorney's contract service agreements?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Well, the only comment I wanted, just for transparency reasons, there was a reference with respect to us hiring a second attorney to basically check what Mr. Wilson was opining on. And just so everybody knows, there is one attorney on town council who was adamant that Mr. Wilson was wrong. So we have 2 attorneys one on town council, and then the other is Mr. Wilson, that disagree. We elected to hire a third attorney, and that is the reason why we had a strong opinion from a town council legal individual who said Mr. Wilson was wrong. So we needed to get clarification on that issue. That's it.
Any other discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. With response to the issue that Councilmember Berner just raised, I appreciate the fact that there was a felt need to bring in a third party to, I guess, resolve any disagreement in view between the town attorney and me. And just to be clear, I'm nominally still a member of the state bar in D.C. and New York, but I'm not a practicing attorney as the town attorney is. But also having hired a lot of lawyers over the years, what matters is what direction are they given? And if the direction is, and I've asked repeatedly, where was the retention letter? What are the terms of engagement? What were they asked to do in any particular instance? And if you're asked a good lawyer to say, hey, we already did this, can you come up with a legal argument to justify the action we've already taken, they can do that, and they will do that, and they'll do that very effectively. The issue is, what is the direction that is being given to them? Are they coming in fresh and not answering to the person, we're actually saying he's answering to the person that's already concluded something, then of course he's not going to say, because that's who he's answering to, well, I completely disagree, and therefore I'm going to write a contra memo, even though one could be written.
That's
One
not
could be
what
written.
happened. That's
Well,
not what happened.
I don't know, but apart from that, I just wanted to respond to that one issue. I am not going to belabor the further issues that I've previously expressed with regard to the legality of the proposed amendments and the interposition of the mayor and the previous version of the town administrator between the council members and the town attorney, which is in clear contravention of our town ordinances. I've addressed these at length at a memo that I've submitted for the public record. It's otherwise been available. As a result of doing some deep research on this issue, I also discovered a possible constitutional issue that I think warrants further exploration. I don't have come to any conclusion on that one, but I've presented those. I think this contract is fundamentally flawed, but regardless, I also think that as a prudent fiscal matter, that we should be pursuing the option of hiring we have enough business now. We clearly have enough legal business, to rather than pay the rates for outside counsel is to hire a full-time legal attorney, so that's available to each of us on a full-time basis. And with that, I will not spend any more time on my memo. It's available to the public as well, because I know where the votes are, so this is for the public record.
Any other discussion?
Can I make a different motion? Or can I make a motion, better to say?
Yeah.
Do we have a motion standing or not?
Yes.
We do.
Motion is second.
So I would like to offer, yeah, it's not really an amendment. So, okay, let me try to explain, Joe, and then you can help me doing the right thing. I would like us to go back to the original contract of Joe Wilson, change nothing else than his monthly pay to hourly pay, and be done with it. Honestly speaking, this council has more important things to do than debate legal theories, now even of constitutional nature. I have not committed myself to this job and being involved in this. Please let us go back to his original contract, change the terms of payment, and be done with it. Thank you.
And that term of the contract would still expire December 31st of this
Absolutely.
year.
No, it's his
Right.
original contract.
Just wanted to make sure.
The only thing we change is from a flat monthly rate
We already did
to
that.
an hourly rate, which I think we did, and be done with it.
We just, only thing
Period.
that, the only thing that you all did not take up was the expense piece.
Whatever was in his original contract.
His original contract just had the flat rate that included the expense, and the new proposal was the $200 per hour flat rate. In addition to that, the 200 flat rate for his expenses. And so you all just approved so far to change from the flat rate to the hourly rate, but you did not address his monthly expense.
Okay. Then,
Right, so that we would add the monthly expense because effectively, this is really just a change order to an existing contract.
Correct. But we just need to address that monthly expense. He had proposed a $200 flat rate, and you all, based on this, if you want to go back to the 200 flat rate, or if you want to keep that he has to submit the monthly expenses to be reimbursed back.
Correct. I'm all right with that.
I'm all right with that, too.
So it's been moved. Is there a second to Michael's?
I guess it's to amend.
Yes, it will be to
Is it,
amend.
can it be, you have to tell me. So I think I was first and Russ was second, I believe.
You can amend it or you can withdraw.
Okay, no, I mean, then I just amended that we go back to the original contract, change from a monthly fee to an hourly fee, and provide the opportunity for the town council to invoice us expenses as they occur.
And the other terms remain, I just want to make sure
And
it's a change order.
everything else
It's a
remains
change
as it
order
is.
to an existing contract.
I'm happy to leave the constitutional discussion to IKEA, but not to us.
So
Are we okay with that motion?
I'm not sure. We have a, are you withdrawing your original motion or just making an amendment?
Well, I made an amendment.
Amendment.
You made a motion to amend.
Motion to amend. It's been seconded. Any further discussion relative to that? And I take this one first? You take, okay. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
I don't think you can abstain.
What?
No, please, please.
It's
please.
fine.
Present.
Mayor, what's your
Present.
vote?
I'll support it. This is.
We're good.
And so now take another, ask for a motion and a second to essentially approve.
Approve what? We just approve.
What?
That's what we just did.
I thought so.
I voted yes.
Yes.
Okay, now
To
we
mo-
have to vote on the motion as amended, the original motion.
Could I have a motion?
So moved. Okay, it's the vote. I vote yes.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
There was a
It's
second
a good
already.
second. All
Any
right.
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote present.
All right. So in other words, all that's been done, the consultant, everything, you'll just draft up or mark up Joe's original contract.
Yeah. And
All right, how did we leave the recommendation for the consultant for the
It
law
failed.
enforcement? Tabled.
It failed.
How did we leave the creation of a video production specialist?
move that forward.
Okay, can I have a
Yes.
motion to approve the Ways and Means recommendation for the creation of a video production specialist?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I would recommend to hold on to this topic a little bit until we have the half-year budget review in, Stephanie, December or January. Because of the reason we have already approved quite a bit of additional cost, to the town. So I would feel more comfortable to have a 6 months status of that before we make that final decision Also, I would like to have more time with Aaron to work on the 2024 schedule for podcasts and video content, et cetera, so that we have a better feel of the workload for that person.
Is that how it was left with the Ways and Means Committee?
Well, you guys actually voted to recommend to council. Now,
Yeah.
council, you guys can decide.
I made the same recommendation, but then we
Yeah.
said yes, recommendation, so I'm
Your
now,
recommendation came forward as to approve it, but now as council, you all can decide to not approve it and essentially table it or
Or
not
postpone
approve
it.
it. Yeah,
We're just
table
gonna,
it.
we're just gonna defer it, postpone it right now.
You're going to have to see if everyone else feels that same way.
So can I have a motion to defer this recommendation?
so moved.
Second.
Any discussion about that?
It just, I would, I think I'm supportive ultimately, but I agree with Councilmember Heidingsfelder that let's get a little more information in the context of a mid-year review of the budget and I'll probably have the same view on a couple of these other items as well.
And I support the idea. That's not a question. I just want us to be a little cautious here, better understand the workload for this person and make that decision again probably in January.
Yeah, and when you make a motion to table, it's not debatable. You
All in
just-
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The household hazardous waste collection. What did we,
That came as a recommendation to approve by Ways and Means.
Yeah, we had a 4-1 vote
Correct.
on this one.
could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
My only comment is I don't feel we can postpone this one despite the fact that there's more money involved. As I mentioned earlier in the Ways and Means, there's too much contamination being placed in the recycling bins and household garbage. This one I'm not willing to wait on.
And I fully agree.
And I just, I'm hopeful that there's uptake. I'm skeptical that on one Saturday from 9 to 1, that we're going to be able to really justify whatever the cost is, 13,000 fixed plus whatever the variable is. But let's give it a shot.
But the way I view it, let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. We will do proper communication. We will encourage people to do it. We will pick a date that actually, hopefully, a lot of people will be on the island. I still believe that there's an opportunity for us to do something together with Seabrook because they have the same need.
Maybe.
And that would really help us to reduce the cost substantially. So, but I fully agree with Russ. We have a contamination problem that we have to fix, and at least we can offer an alternative. And that, together with Aaron's strong activities and better communicating about these topics in weeks to come, I would be hopeful that this will help.
Yeah. Great.
So it's been moved and seconded. It's a discussion. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the last, I was there, so that was Brian's recommendation for,
The dumpster pad.
And it came as a recommendation from Ways and Means with a 4-1 vote as well.
could I have a motion to support the recommendation from the Ways and Means
So
Committee?
moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I'm going to take, on this one, I'm not saying that ultimately it's not something that may be worth doing. I don't believe it's a critical action item, and to the point that Councilmember Heidingsfelder made previously, I would just wait until looking at our overall budget picture mid-year, mid-fiscal year before acting on this, and I would move to defer it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brad.
Yeah, I agree too.
So what's the motion?
To postpone.
Was to essentially table it.
Yeah.
And you had a motion and a second, and it's not debatable, you just have to call for the vote.
Okay, any other discussion?
It's not debatable, it's not discussion when you table it, you just call for the
It's just a
vote.
table.
Yeah, just table it.
Okay. That's it. Right?
Well, we have council member
Have
comments.
The rest
Oh,
of
yes.
the agenda.
I don't want to miss that. Michael?
Nothing from my side, thank you.
Russell?
Nothing, thank you.
Bill?
I just want to commend, there are not as many here now, but want to commend the community turnout today. I think it's pretty extraordinarily and reflective of the increasing level of engagement on the part of the community. We've seen that through our town council drop-in meetings and increasing attendance at these meetings, and I think it shows the critical importance of this issue, and we really had a unanimity of views. I think I got that one right. I don't always on this topic, and I just want to thank the community for spending their valuable time with us today. Thank you.
And I assume you liked the applause.
Any other citizen comments?
It wasn't for me.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be brief. It's been quite the meeting this afternoon. My name is Solomon David. I'm a practicing surgeon from New York, and actually my address here is 3528 Shipwatch Road in the Seascape development. I first came to Kiowa about 2 years ago at a medical conference, and I saw something very special here, as many of you see as well and share, which is obvious to me here this afternoon. And in the last 2 years since being on the island for the first time, I've actually bought a couple of properties here, one of which is 3528 Shipwatch Road. It was a lot to be desired in that unit, and in the last 6 months, I totally revamped it and brought it up to what I figure is a good Kiowa standard, something to be proud of. I chose a management company called Vacasa, and they're a national company. They're actually listed on the New York Stock Exchange. You know, it's not a rinky-dink organization I chose, and to my surprise and dismay, they let the rental license go into void, into default. Very surprising. And I first got a certified letter from the town during the months of May, late April, early May. And with the first letter I received from the town, I immediately contacted Vacasa Management. I even Googled the CEO, the board of directors, the regional management, and included all of them with a copy of the violation from the town. And they have full control of their website. They had full control of the listing, which I had requested several times to be taken down. And I received a third violation, which led to a meeting last month that led to a 1-year suspension of that license. I do everything by the book. I follow the rules. If you look at my other properties as well on the island, whenever I did a renovation, everything was transparent, and that's the way I function. So to have a homeowner suffer for the management company's errors and atrocities, in my opinion, it's not the way this island runs. You know, we're all homeowners here. We all look out for our interests, which are always unified, which I'm seeing this afternoon. But this case is unprecedented from what I've been told, and I've been the only one ever to suffer this type of ramification. My father passed away last month. I was unable to attend the meeting, otherwise I would have been here. This is the earliest time I was able to pull out from my practice to come to a meeting, and I'm here. I would like for the town council to revisit my matter, and moving forward, I think there's a greater need for the council to look at these management companies that we rely on, that we trust to take care of our investment, our properties, to not make the homeowners responsible for things that are 100% out of our control. That's what I came here to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a process in terms of appeal, that decision. That hadn't been explained.
I did submit an appeal letter within 30 days, and I was notified last week by Mr. Wilson that the decision from September 6th was final, and there's no appeal process in the town ordinance.
So I believe in the letter that he sent you, he referred to that there is an appeal process. He suggested that you talk to your lawyer in the appeal process. I think he put in there that it goes to the circuit court.
Goes to the circuit court.
It goes to circuit court.
But, I mean, if council wants to rehear their final order,
Did we hear
they
this?
can do that.
Yes, we did.
And
Yeah. If
I would like
council
to
wants to
reiterate. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't know you were speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wilson just said, I don't know if you guys heard that, if council wants to rehear your final order, you can do that, correct?
Sure,
Yeah.
council can do that.
Aside from us, what would be his next step?
To appeal to the circuit court, the county court. But I'm afraid, since that was a final order, he has 30 days to do that.
Just in the wrong
No,
He didn't
not,
appeal to
not the
county
proper
court.
procedure. There's a procedure that you have to follow
Can we build a
under
bridge here
state
somehow?
rules. Pardon?
I'm sorry, can we build a bridge for him somehow to that?
You can decide
As
to
council,
rehear it.
you can decide
Let
to
me
rehear
just be clear. Appellate deadlines with the state going to the county are jurisdictional. So even if we wanted to extend it, we could not do that.
Okay, so his only way forward would be us rehearing the case
Essentially, yes.
and either make a different decision or make the same decision, and then he would have another 30 days to appeal to the circuit court.
Correct.
And I'd like to interject one extra thing in that from the initial decision, I inquired with the town what were the options. And it was explained to me that I had to appeal to the council within 30 days, not the other court. I have emails stating that. I have at least 10 different emails from my communications to Vacasa, which I can make available to the town with everyone that I mentioned. And, once again, I cannot go on their website and take down my listing, but I did request at least a dozen times for this to happen, and my emails were all ignored by this management company.
I think I remember, you weren't present. You did.
Correct.
We had two on that,
Yes,
we
I
had
had a
two on
death in
that
the
day.
family. I was not here.
Let me be clear again, the proceeding that came to council was an appeal of our staff decision. So that is the first level of appeal. The appeal from council's decision goes to the state court, the county court.
But if he can show us that we actually directed him, we as the town directed him in the wrong direction, would that, as he
I don't think
stated.
that's, well, I think that you as the town council, for any reason they want, if they wish to do a reconsideration, they can do it. It is within your discretion. It's unusual because it is a final order, and usually a final order is a final order, but there's no procedure in our ordinances for doing this.
Well, I have
But-
to say
I'd say
that
that-
he introduced evidence, I shouldn't say introduced, wrong words. He voiced his opinion that he wrote a dozen emails, which we were not in receipt of, which is new evidence. No, I just said if there is new evidence
No,
to
I think,
support
I
what he's
think what he
saying.
is saying is that after you guys made your decision, that's when he sent an email.
No,
He's saying,
I sent it
but the
before.
letter you sent was read into record, the letter that you
No,
sent.
for taking down his property from the
Oh.
Correct, I
website.
Yeah,
can forward
that I
all
know
that
that.
information. That I did, that was not given.
That's
I would, well,
But remember, he may have done that, but ultimately, from our job and our role is to look at the site. And we're saying we're responsible for scraping the site. We see that information on there.
No,
Vacasa.
I
Right,
completely
yeah,
understand. But the
yeah.
point is, so Vacasa would be punished. So if this individual has.
As of right now, we have no way to punish a property management
That's-
company.
that was the discussion
So,
we had at the
right,
time.
remember?
Yeah,
So
that's
if
true.
you all want to, as Joe said, if you want to reconsider this, that would be a decision you all can make, and then we can put it on your next,
And I will
next
forward
agenda.
whatever emails.
Procedure, there's no
necessary.
deadline.
Can we revisit the case? Because I would really like to look at the documentation from then, from that special
forward
call
to
meeting
giving
we
you-
had. And then based on that, give my recommendation, and maybe the other councilmen will do the same if we want to revisit or not.
Thank you.
Is that fair enough for
That's
you?
fair. I look forward to sending it.
You can
I will
just send
speak
it
to you
directly
after
to
the
me.
meeting, and I'll get your contact information.
Thank
And
you.
it's nice meeting you, and please, just send the material. You don't have to leave your patients to come here to present.
This is important. You know,
Okay.
once again, this is unprecedented,
All right.
and I'm looking forward for future homeowners as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other citizen comments? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, you have a break, but you have a treat that's supposed
No, Friday.
Friday, the 27th at 10 a.m.
I can't do Friday.
Oh,
You can't do Friday.
No, I can't.
Brad was able to do Friday, okay.
27th, I can't. I can do the 26th.
Yeah, 26 I was talking about. I can't do 27 in the morning.
That's Thursday, it's coming Thursday.
That's what we were talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
10 o'clock
that's
Thursday.
what I was talking about.
Thursday, the 26th at 10. Again, I don't know, so. All right, in either case, we're,
Okay, go ahead. Mayor, you can,
okay.
you're live.
I'd like to call the town council meeting of our October Fall Planning Retreat to order. We have had a long day. We are going to postpone this meeting until Thursday, the 26th, hopefully at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We're done.
All right.